because it's difficult to fathom how they got into all of these, situations. But we just hope that, there's a bit of clarity along the way.
I like the fact you always have the hope. You always have this hope mentality. But then away from that, let's look at what happened at the inauguration of Soludo, Charles Soludo. Now, not about the slap.
Okay.
Although we'll talk about that later in the show, but not about the slap now.
Okay.
But the statement Soludo made after Willie Obiano walked out, he said, the statement, according to the reports we got, was anyone who wants to walk out should be free. So walk away should be free, because the Anambra we know is the Anambra we have now is an Anambra of order. So that was the statement Charles Soludo made after the Buhari happened. But then looking at, it's been on the news, although people have had means to use it as a form of sarcasm.
Yeah,
some people,
yeah.
So what do you take from the slap to the statement Soludo make, and to Willie Obiano being arrested at 8:30 p.m. at Lagos Airport on his way to Houston, Texas?
Well, that's not surprising. From the news we read, EFCC had already alerted the Immigration Service as early as November, which is about 5 months ago, that is on the watch list and it should be prevented from traveling out. So I'm not surprised that, he was arrested. To Soludo's address to the Anambra people, I think that's one of the best speeches I've heard in recent times from, an elected official within Nigeria's political landscape. Not because it was extremely fluent in terms of words or eloquence of speech and all of that, but it was decisive, it was detailed. You could easily tell what the goal, was, or is rather. And I think you have to give him credit. Ever since he won the election and became governor-elect, you could see the steps. They were measured, they were calculated, and they were decisive. They were not just appointments here and there. Even the transition committee, inaugurated, they were all on point. And I just hope that it carries that momentum going forward.
Hope so too.
We saw the way he just went straight to the government house to resume work.
There's
immediately
no time.
after, no time.
And he retained the SSG. I think
that's a good one as well.
Right.
Continue,
yeah. All right, we just hope that pans out, and really the Anambra, they know would actually be an Anambra of order, just as he quoted. All right, now we'll take a short break. Coming up next, we have the discussion. And trust me, it's an interesting one. You do not want to miss out on this. Stay with us. Glad to have you back. Now it's time to delve into the discussion segment. The multiple award-winning singer Davido has announced plans to give out 20 million naira to 20 people on Friday. That's today. The music star made the announcement via his Twitter handle on Wednesday. He explained his desire to assist the specified number of persons beginning a business, seeing how tough things are in the country. The DMW boss encouraged persons with great business and startups ideas to send them to him to stand a chance to benefit from his philanthropic gesture. Davido tweeted, quote, "Country hard now, right now, Sha. Let's give 20 million to 20 people on Friday. Send in your business ideas or startup ideas. More details shortly. Hashtag WRBLO." And that means we rise by lifting others. Now, in another tweet, he said, "Government don't fail us, not to they help each other we day now," end of quote. I really appreciate what Davido did, and it's really what emulating. But now we won't be talking about this alone. We have with us our guest presenter, Samuel Okata. Good morning, Samuel.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very well.
Good morning.
Good morning, viewers.
All right, Samuel. What do you make of what Davido did? Also his statement, "Government don't fail us, not to help each other now." So what do you think?
Well, I must first of all say that I really appreciate and commend his effort and the kind gestures, he has decided to show towards fellow Nigerians, in helping them or raising a business for them. At least he stated 20 people, he's going to give 20 million to 20 people. He's actually doing this at the right time, knowing fully well how tough the country is at the moment. You understand? We all know how the country is. It's in a mess, considering so many issues plaguing the country, talking about the high cost of commodities, not to even talk of scarcity and the hike of fuel products, which span through diesel hitting 720 or 730 as the case may be. No light, insecurity, which has been bedeviling us for quite some years. In fact, power, you made mention of power. So all of these are really, messing up the country for us and making the country really tough. So if an individual like he is coming out to say he wants to really assist people, I think it should be appreciated.
Don't forget he has given a use of money to some orphanages some time ago.
Yes. He's actually doing something good at the right time, I must say. Because not everybody who are in his shoes would want to come out to do this. So if he comes out to say he wants to assist, I think it should be appreciated and be commended. However, I'm still trying to be, a little bit cautious about the statement because it's only a statement. Remember, he made that statement on Wednesday to take effect today being Friday. Till that statement, till we see a realization of that statement today, then I will be able to hold that statement as a substance.
Come on, it's Davido.
Hold on. I want you to understand something.
All right.
He is this kind of person that loves publicity stunt. He always loves to run to the media every point in time. He loves to see his name. Hold on. He loves to see his name, in the mouth and in the minds of people, even when he's not doing anything. Hold on. Even when he's not doing anything concerning his career.
There was something else to say about this.
Hold on. This has been happening for quite some time. He's used to doing that, and it's been working for him, so to speak. But until we see that realization today to say, okay, he has actually done what he said he's going to do on Friday, then I can hold that statement as very substantive. Well, until then, it remains a statement for me.
I pretty much understand the place of, it's an intent, it hasn't been carried out and all of that. And over time, we've seen celebrities come up with certain publicity stunts just to, just to be relevant, so to speak, in in the mouths and minds, using a term now of Nigerians. But it must be said as well that the fact that there's an intent shows to some extent, the
extent. I see what you did there. Okay.
the kind of kind-heartedness he has towards helping people. But having said all of that, you don't expect that the day the statement was released or the week the action is taken. It's a process. As he said, those with business ideas will have to send them to him. Considering his influence, definitely he would probably get thousands of requests, if possible up to 1 million, but let's just say that thousands of requests. Now, that has to be filtered. Davido won't be the one to go through each DM or each mess. No, it will probably have a team do that. Either his team or it gets a team of business experts, you know, economists and what have you, business analysts who can analyze the business idea and see how feasible it is, how profitable it is, especially within the Nigerian economic system. Do you understand? So all of these things take processes, and it's not something you can, it's not like some sort of bureaucracy or red tapeism you can easily cut down on. It has to be due, it has to be diligent, it has to be a transparent, credible process. That will take a while. Now, when he talked about, you know, helping orphanages, 250 million naira and all of that, we saw he had to set up a committee, and they had to, you know, verify the orphanages that applied for that, you know, charitable trust fund, so to speak. So all of these things will take time. It may take another 2 weeks, 3 weeks before people begin to get, you know, the amount of money as promised. But what is commendable is the fact that he has decided to help, especially in this time. And I think it's really good. Oftentimes you just see, you know, celebrities probably at their concerts, especially for music stars, someone sings their songs, you know, word for word, and then they just decide, oh, I give you $1 million, I sponsor you through school and all of that. But now he's rewarding those who have the business idea, not just to be gainfully employed, but also create employment opportunities for other people. And I think that's quite commendable.
But then do you think Davido is someone who, like Samuel said, likes to be in the public for publicity stunts?
Again, there's the place of showbiz. There's the show aspect, there's the business aspect. The glitz and glamour will come with the show.
As compared to other celebrities.
Again, it depends on how you look at it. Certain people are extroverts. They just don't hide things. They're not secretive.
And that doesn't mean they are trying to chase clout.
You know, now let's take, for instance, the Wizkid Ahmed issue. This was probably like 5 years ago. You know, he had this concert. The Ahmed boy was a rapper, came on stage and impressed them. He promised them 10 million naira. I can remember vividly, you know, on social space and all of that, several people were saying, oh, it was for clout and all. And then we didn't hear anything about the boy because Wizkid said they signed him to Starboy Records or Starboy Entertainment. And at some point there were talks about the boy was in school, among other things. Then the boy came out late last year to say Wizkid had abandoned him, he wasn't paying school fees and all of that. Before we eventually got information that, you know, that we got information that the boy was, you know, enrolled in a school in Lagos here, one of the top private schools, and the boy was engaged, you know, was involved in certain nasty actions wherein he got expelled, among others. There was also credible, you know, information passed around with several people backing it up, those who lived within the community of the boy, that Wizkid did indeed gave his mother 10 million naira for business, but I was squandered. So again, the fact that Wizkid didn't come out to, you know, say all of those things, it's just about him, you know. So you have different personalities. The fact that Davido is out there in the faces of people does not mean you don't have others who are also doing the same thing, but are doing it secretly. Again, it's all about the personalities involved.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to establish, because it may not be about chasing clout, it may just be a personality thing. Some people just like to be out in public. But then, Samuel, let's even talk about the risk, because when I saw this, actually, the first thing I thought of was, okay, I'm supposed to send out my business idea, it's my idea. I understand that my idea is my idea, and it's for me, nobody can take my brain. But then conceiving an idea, you know how it could be. It could take years, and you're giving out an idea to someone who those ideas might be left carelessly. Well, it's possible, can be left carelessly, or someone can just could just pick it, not the video in itself, because he won't be the one. He won't be the only one handling this in there. Sure, there would be a team of at least 10 persons, because it would be much. Imagine someone picks up your idea and builds on it, and starts making money from it, because the first person would have the fund to make money from it, and then you who have the idea, you're like, okay, I thought this was my idea. So the risk factors involved in dishing out, giving out ideas, because trust me, ideas have been stolen in my presence, and I know how that felt.
Yeah, it's really not too cool, you know, just dishing out ideas like that. You have to be very, very careful, and that's why advisably sometimes we're being told when you're trying to give out ideas, don't make it look so explicit. If you have every opportunity, you try to you know, cover up some areas or just give them raw.
I think advisable, but don't forget you're seeking for a grant. You have to bring a robust idea. It has to be explicit for them to know that this idea
is feasible.
It's feasible. It's a grant. It's not like it's your money. Your 1 million naira.
You're right, but remember, you will still be called by this team of people to defend whatever you've sent. It's not just enough you sending them ideas. Fine, you're going to send them ideas. They will look through it. Like Samson said, they will look at every angle to that idea to see if it's, you know, feasible, if it is economically viable, and all that. So once that has been ascertained, you'll be called. Definitely, you'll be invited. So once you're invited, definitely you will defend whatever you've given them to see if really this idea emanated from you. Because some people could just pick ideas and send. Some could pick people's ideas and send, pretending that you know, ideas that they sent were were actually from them. But like I always say, you have to play safe when you're doing this. If possible, give them the raw idea. They will still look at it and say, okay, this and this and this are what you're looking at. Okay, fine. You'll be called. And when you're called, you can also defend, you know, those ideas. Yeah. At least it keeps you on the safer side than just giving them it, you know, everything, and you're expecting to be called, and at the end of the day, you're not called. What happens? It's gone.
That brings into question, or into light, you know, the issue of copyright, trademarking your ideas and what have you. And it's not a common practice here. You know,
how can you really trademark a business idea?
You can really, but we don't have that practice here. It's not something common within the you know, among the average Nigerians to do, but it's something that should be you know, encouraged. Really,
Samson, you also need to understand somebody who is trying to pitch an idea. Are you saying he doesn't know how to trademark it?
No, I'm just saying, because in Senna claims, what you have oftentimes is there's always that trademark, there's always, you know, the copyright and all of that, just to ensure that you don't have issues like this in terms of theft.
Obviously, if I have the wherewithal to trademark my ideas, you think I would want to pitch my idea with somebody else?
Well,
I would as well just decide to do it myself.
You can't dispute that intellectual theft is something that has been recurring in virtually every sector or industry, you know, in Nigeria. So if you have the means to, why not just go for it?
All right, then we have another topic that is not talking about ideas or the video or 20 million naira. It's something that is very, very, it sounds really awkward, but then I'll just read it out for you to decide if it's really awkward. Well, let's just listen to it. Now, Netflix, we all know Netflix is finally starting to crack down on those of us. Well, how do they say those of us? Okay, well, those of us who share our passwords with friends and family. The streaming giant will soon begin a test in which main account holders will pay an added fee for users on their accounts that are located outside their households. The company announced on Wednesday. The test, which will add an extra member feature in its launching in Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru. Extra members will get a separate login and password, and while they will have to pay more, the extra user fee will cost less than having another account entirely, between roughly $2 and $3 per month, depending on the country. And users will also have the ability to transfer profiles to a new account. The feature will roll out over the next few weeks, according to the Variety. Well, that's why I said it sounded somehow awkward, because some people who have Netflix accounts and share password with me now, So you, for instance, in Nigeria, the highest fee, I think, is 4,400, thereabouts. So the highest fee is 4,400, and someone who is paying 4,400 is sharing accounts with
multiple users.
Multiple users. And then everybody is enjoying, although there's a limit to who you can share account, but then at least 4 persons, and only one person is paying, and each person, they are using the account, you're streaming any kind of movie, even games, documentaries, what have you, and you're just paying. So I think Netflix, are they trying to make more money?
No, it's not as if...
How will my friends even survive? Because they know how to beg for passwords to start with.
Well, it's a streaming service, and you have to pay for the service. It's what it is.
But then you're paying for the subscription.
Each user should pay. Why would you have 4 or 5 people? Now, when you share with 4 people plus the user, the owner of the account, that's 5. So you have 5 people streaming and benefiting with just one payment. I think Netflix is just trying to balance the equation, so to speak.
Samuel, what do you think?
Yes, I share his thoughts. I share.
No, I don't want you to share it. I want you to say your own sentiment.
No, it's a fact actually. Netflix, you know, in as much as they're trying to make things, you know, a bit better, like you said, they're trying to test the grounds based on those 3 countries they made mention of. They still don't want to be out of market, so to speak, whereby, you know, one person actually signed on, you know, to their platform and several people are using it. No, it doesn't really.
Within your household. If it's outside your household, that's where the problem. But how would, well, they may know who is within households or outside households.
It shows back end to know how many people are on their platform. You get, but still they don't want to be cheated in as much as they're providing service. What they're saying is fine. If you want to have multiple users, they are not against it, and that's why they created that flexible platform. Fine, those people must have to pay. Because if they have to do all of that, do you know how many people will be doing those kind of practices? And how would they make money to maintain the service? So they want to as well provide service and as well not to be out of business at the same time.
You're using a profile of someone who
That's why they later came up to say, fine, if you want to be hooked up to somebody's platform, having your own profile, you can do that. You can export it.
You can transfer profiles, but then there's still a fee added to it.
Yes, how much is the fee?
It shouldn't be free, should it?
How much is even in free land? They said there's nothing free. So definitely, you're enjoying the service. So why not pay for it?
You know, the thing is, for streaming services, be it sports or whatever it is, movies and the rest of the music, you should pay for that service. Now, it's because we do not have the pay-per-view option within the system here back home, where you have to pay to stream, maybe sports events or even music concerts. That way, you have to pay for the service. It is what it is. I understand where you're coming from, that, okay, there's the owner of the account has paid for a full subscription for the month, and, the benefit that comes with sharing to probably family, friends, or loved ones should be there. But, again, you shouldn't have folks who just benefit from the service without having to pay for the service.
If this actually sees the light of day, a lot of people would suffer. And sometimes you may just be, some may just be fall into the category of people who would.
I don't have an account.
Oh well, exactly, because you have someone who has to share a password with you.
No, I don't watch movies on Netflix.
Or you would create. For instance, people who watch movies on Netflix, but then don't even forget that Netflix in itself, you're paying for the subscription, and you're still having to use for those in Nigeria, use your data to also stream it or download it. So the data tariffs are high right here in Nigeria. So you're even paying 4,400 naira, and you're using your data, which is very high already in Nigeria. For me, I think you're even paying enough.
Well, the data isn't for Netflix.
Oh well, they made that option available. They made it that way. Okay, there's another movie.
Streaming service.
I don't think it's not streaming service. It's I can't remember. But then once you have the subscription, you don't really have to use your data. I can't remember.
Oh, okay.
It's an indigenous movie service. I think it's Nigerian. You don't have to use your data once you had paid for the full subscription. And full subscription is even lesser for a year. It's even lesser than what Netflix would take for a month. So I feel Netflix is making out money. This is, how many billions of people use Netflix.
You also have to look at the quality of movies they churn out for, the delight of subscribers. You have to look at the quantity as well, because for certain, streaming services or platforms, you have probably just a limited number of movies you can go through. But Netflix is probably all-encompassing.
Well, Samuel, about what I said, what do you think? Because if they are paying that amount, which sometimes it could really be, it could be expensive, right? And you're paying the amount, you're still using your data, and then you're still having to pay to be able to share passwords. I know you already have your thoughts on that, but then looking at the fact that we in Nigeria are already paying enough, if you ask me, so would that even be a fair deal?
It's actually a fair deal if you look at it critically, because even Netflix is not the owner of these movies. They pay to get these movies on their platform. They also pay to maintain that platform. They also pay those who are in charge, who are working back end. So they have a whole lot of bill across board to incur for. So you paying, to watch this movie and also paying to have data to watch it, I don't think you're doing so much compared to what they are doing. So if they just allow everybody hook up on their network indirectly, not directly now, and stream these movies, how do you think they'll be able to have the money to cough out or to run all those bills?
Now let's look at, we talk about having to, they're not the owners of the movies, they have to pay people, of course, the owners of those movies to get on their platform, they have to pay the workers back. And let's talk about the millions of people who use Netflix and how much, even the money, I believe that the monies they pay to have those movies on their platform, they get way beyond what they actually pay. Look at the movie The King of Boys. I'm sure what Netflix would pay to have King of Boys as a Netflix original, the money it had gotten to from Kings of Boys 2 alone, it's more than that. Look at the amount. Quickly, don't you think they're even earning more? I'm not against their, of course, it's their network, so they go to side. But then, in terms of revenue generation, which do you think is actually more?
No, yes, you're very honest about that. They are making more money. But I think that's where, you know, our government needs to come in to be able to subsidize some certain things.
Netflix?
So that, no, I mean, when it comes to subscription of data, so that we can be able to get data at an affordable rate. So we don't have to pay so much just to view a movie. Because like you said, you're going to pay for this movie, which is also expensive. You're also going to pay for data. So if the government can be able to do its own bit, talking to network subscribers to be able to, subsidize it or peg their rate at an affordable fee, then it's going to be a little bit more easier for you to now pay for this movie and not pay so much for the internet, the internet aspect they give to you, and the movie you're trying to watch as well.
All right, Samuel.
Because okay.
All right, go on.
No, yeah,
this is how we called it a wrap. I just wanted to hear your last thought, and you want to say and what?
No, it's cool. It's cool. I'm okay.
All right, thank you so much, Samuel, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now it's time for sports update with Samson, but we'll take a short break now. We'll be right back for sports.
Swift Dry Cleaners Limited, professional dry cleaners, best in dry cleaning and laundry services, that meets the needs of our consumers. Yeah, Swift Dry Cleaners Limited, Swift Dry Cleaners Limited, Swift Dry Cleaners Limited, Swift Dry Cleaners Limited, yeah, for clean wash and quick delivery, yeah. Swift Dry Cleaners Limited, Swift Dry Cleaners Limited, Swift Dry Cleaners Limited, for clean wash and quick delivery.
Swift Dry Cleaners, clean wash.
Thanks for staying tuned. You're still watching iBrand Daybreak. Now it's time to keep you abreast with the latest when it comes to the world of sports. And we'll start with Formula One, where this year's 2022 season begins at the Bahrain Grand Prix, which is for this weekend. And the news coming out from that race is that Sebastian Vettel, who is a four-time world champion, will not be racing at the Bahrain Grand Prix, having tested positive for COVID-19. And this comes as the German driver is trying to, get his health back on track, even as he's ready to race for Aston Martin. Now, the Aston Martin driver missed out on the final day of testing in Bahrain last week, Friday, having tested for positive COVID-19, and will not be able to race as he is not yet deemed fit to be able to participate due to the COVID-19 regulations in Formula One, but he should be expected to race on March 27th in Saudi Arabia, which is the second Grand Prix of the season. And still within that line, you have Daniel Ricciardo, the McLaren driver, who will be returning for this weekend's race at Bahrain, and that's as a result of missing the testing last week when he tested for positive for COVID-19. So Vettel out of the race, but Daniel Ricciardo is back in the race, and let's see how the race pans out. Remember, it's Max Verstappen, the Formula One world champion, who is gunning for his second successive title, while Lewis Hamilton of Mercedes will be trying to win that 8th historic record when it comes to the World Championship of Formula One. Now, let's move away from there quickly and delve into the tennis world. It's all about the Indian Wells at this point in time. And Rafael Nadal, at the wee hours of today, made it 19 successive wins to the commencement of the 2022 season, courtesy of a gritty 3-set win over Nick Kyrgios in a thrilling contest that is definitely a classic. 7-6, 7-love, 3-6, 6-4 that ended as Nadal was able to outlast the Australian Maverick, who put up a very, very formidable opposition for Nadal on the night. And so Rafael Nadal is into the semi-finals of the Indian Wells tournament, but is also battling with foot injury, and that's as a result of the Muller-West syndrome, which sidelined him for over 5 months in 2021. So the 21-time Grand Slam champion would see through the Indian Wells tournament, but will not play in Miami Masters, which is set to commence in about 2 weeks from now. But he should return when it comes to the Monte Carlo Masters, which is a multiple champion there. And that's about it in the world of sports, really. And Margaret, what's buzzing? Social media, what's trending, you know?
Well, the slap is actually trending. All right, now...
I like the fact that I said the slap.
Actually, what is really trending?
Is that what we should term it? The slap?
Or the
slap gates?
The outgoing slap. Well, come on. Now, there was drama on Thursday during the inauguration of Charles Soludo as Anambra governor when Ebele Chukwu, wife of ex-governor Willie Obiano, and Bianca Ojukwu engaged in a clash. The altercation reportedly occurred when Mrs. Obiano got to the venue and went over to where Mrs. Ojukwu was sitting. It is not clear the exchanges between both women before the situation degenerated, but what we saw was a resounding slap with some wig shifting and some screams, and some other person who slapped the slapper. I don't know if this is slapper or the slappy. The slapper was calm and the slappy was shouting. So is it correct?
Well, apparently, if you get slapped, you are
the slappy.
you're the slappy in this sense.
Oh, okay, the person who slapped was calm. Oh, well, the social media has something to say. Well, Diary of a Niger Girl, responded, shall we talk about the embarrassing incident where a first lady of Nigeria strutted uncomfortably in her heels to insult another lady face to face, then received a slap that shifted her wig to one side. To make the things worse, her husband left there. Pay, not today, my dear. Oh, well, response again. Even the wig self wanted to leave her there. Embarrassment is too much. Someone else said, it is how Bianca maintained beauty after the quarrel for me. Axdam said, if you talk, you collect. If you talk, you collect was a person. It's Bianca. Machine was ashamed on the lady's behalf. With her butterfly dress, she went to collect big disgrace. All right. And Kings, the kid store, said, with all the money, she and her wig pluck, no try at all.
It's just disheartening what happened. You know, these are folks who are meant to be like statesmen. You know, they may not be the political figures in that sense, like Bianca, you know, our husband, who is well revered in the eastern region. But these are people who so many people look to.
They should have maintained.
Regardless of whatever personal issues they have, they shouldn't have brought it to public glare.
But then again, you cannot walk up to someone and give person a try to embarrass person. You get a slap, obviously. Well, some people are beautiful and are calm, but you can't just give them nonsense. I think, well, Bianca is my plug, if you ask me. All right, then, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a joke, oh, please. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you and thank you for joining us all the time. The production crew, you're amazing. We appreciate you. And to your esteemed viewers, without you, there's no iBrand Break. And that's a wrap on this week's edition. I'll leave you with a quote from Dale Chenge that says, most of the important things in the world have been accomplished by people who have kept on trying where there seemed to be no one to help at all. Well, I don't even know what to say about this quote. Important things in the world have been accomplished by people who keep trying even when it seems like nobody is coming to their aid. Persistence, tenacity, very important. Do well to join us on Monday for another interesting edition of iBrand Daybreak. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I am Margaret Opara.
And I'm Samson Lady. Do have a wonderful weekend.
The photography business is a very competitive industry. Every year, thousands of talented photo lovers consider turning their passion into a money-making business venture. Especially in a fiercely competitive marketplace like Nigeria, in which it is very easy for anyone to buy a digital camera and call themselves a professional photographer. According to some practitioners, a new photographer who wants a standard studio can start with a budget of 3.5 million naira. However, one can start with a lower budget of about 500,000 to 1 million naira depending on the tools and cost of rent. On the average, the cost of photography equipment is around 294,790 naira. However, the price ranges from around 41,000 naira to as high as 2.46 million naira. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people with a vibrant movie industry that produces 50 movies per week, generating annual revenue of approximately $590 million from between 2016 and 2021, helping the photography industry as a whole, according to a recent research by the UN.
Hello and welcome to Business 24 here on iBrandTV Lagos, where we discuss business and nothing but business people, and the business environment. I'm Michael Nath, your host on the show. On this episode, we're going to look at one industry where virtually everyone is involved, albeit at different levels. There are financiers, the industry players, and the consumers. They all spread around the world. One thing very interesting about this industry is that its products are recreational, timeless, and universal. Now, before we go further, let's take a business step. You're welcome back to Business 24 here on iBrandTV Lagos. Filmmaking is an art and a science. It is art because it dwells on creative abilities, and science because a story in the mind cannot create a movie. There is a whole lot of technicalities and procedures to be followed for it to be achieved. The film production process can be divided into countless steps to take a film from concept to a finished piece. However, there are 4 key stages that take place in the production of any film: conceptualization, pre-production, production, and post-production. The film industry, or motion picture industry, comprises the technological and commercial institutions of filmmaking, which include film production companies, film studios, cinematography, animation film, production, screenwriting, pre-production, post-production, film festivals, distribution, and actors, film directors, just name it. Now, billions of film audience sit in the comfort of cinemas to watch movies on the big screen, or rather, in the comfort of their homes to watch movies on TV and mobile devices. But before a movie is made ready for the audience, what takes place on the business side of it? Now, to help us dissect the issues around the film industry in Nigeria on this episode of Business 24, I have with me here in the studio a wave-making filmmaker in the person of Lanre Adediwura. Lanre,
hi.
You're warmly welcome to
Thank you
Business
so
24.
Much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Now, we know there are different aspects of film production, but in this chat, we are going to zero our talk on the business side of film production.
Right.
What is the least amount of money to be spent in film production, and what could go as the highest amount?
Okay, so thank you. First of all, before you start talking budgets, you need to know exactly what genre of movie you're trying to explore. Now, for instance, the capital involvement in shooting a short film will not be the same budget for a web series, and it would definitely not be the same budget for a feature length. So you first must understand what you're trying to do. Now, I can tell you that some short films got more budget than feature length. I have a short film, my own way of telling the slavery story. The slave story in my own dimension will cost me on 10 minutes short film American standard about 15 million naira to film. A short film.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
15 million
naira.
Wow.
So I'll be needing the wardrobe, the effects, the VFX, the models to use, the kind of actors, the camera movement, the shoots, the kind of shot taking, costuming, set props. These are not easy to come by. While some short films can be filmed with a minimum budget of 500,000 naira, you see another that is demanding a budget of 15 million naira. So for you to have a budget for a movie, you must consult your script. So where the script portrays a character as a billionaire, you must be able to portray the person close to it. The kind of location you will look out for, the mansion the person is living in as a billionaire, the choice of luxurious cars, these are not easy to come by. So you begin to imagine your budget. Unlike you doing a story where the person is just a random, person who has got some thousands of naira in his account. You can afford to do any brand of car. So these budgets differ. So your script has to be consulted. Where the script says there is a VFX of somebody jumping from a skyscraper down there with such an effect and all, it's not something you will achieve with a mere budget, a low budget. So you begin to imagine. So when you consult the script will inform you on exact budget you need for it. You need to check how many casts do I have. So the amount I will spend on a script that has got a cast list of 5 is not the same thing I will spend on a script that has 20 cast lists. Consider the cast. Consider the costume. The kind of outfit the person who is a billionaire will wear is not the same thing someone who is just a hustler will rock. Consider the costume. When I'm serving somebody in a movie as set props, food, and the person is just a hustler, it will not be the same setup I will have on the dining for somebody who is a senator. That is considered. So a lot of factors. So for what audience am I filming? What will be my range of camera? I'm using a Red Dragon. Consider the budget. Don't forget that your choice of camera determines your cost of post-production. Because the application used in editing some cameras based on their pixel or their how do I put it now? Their quality. That is the resolution of the camera. Is not the same thing. So the cost for editing a Canon 5D Mark III or 5D Mark IV is not the same cost somebody will edit for a Blackmagic Pocket 6K. Say you film 4K B-RAW. It's not the same amount the person will get. You need some certain applications, some softwares, DaVinci and some other things to cut such because of the space. Now, for you using such camera, you should know that you need a serious space in terms of hard drive. Unlike the person who is bringing about 500 gig on set using a 5D Mark III. So you need to invest in hard drive. The editor is also more expensive. The grading for such kind of jobs differ. It's only in Nigeria that we want to do everything at once. An editor is the same person who is doing the color grading. The editor is the same person doing the graphics design, motion graphics. This editor is the same person doing After Effects. This editor is the same person doing subtitling. The editor is the same person doing the caption. No, they are different offices. There are people who are specific. These are filmmakers. Yes, they are just into thrillers. There are some guys that all they do their life is cut thrillers. Don't give them the full job. Just let them extract the thriller. You will want to watch the full movie. That's their job. So it's not every editor that can try their hands on thrillers.
You're going to continue from here,
right.
But could you explain further? When you say thriller, what exactly are you talking about?
Okay, so these are the excerpt, excerpt from the movie, the full movie. So you've done a full movie, so you've got your rushes on timeline. So take interesting scenes and tell a total story that will interest anyone to see it in less than 1 minute or more. Right.
Okay.
So that is what they play for promotion's sake.
All right.
So that is what people will see in anticipation of the full movie. That's what it is. Some call it teaser.
Okay.
So you can
That's
have
what
a
I'm
teaser.
used to. Yeah.
Yes, you can have a teaser. Just 5 seconds, 10 seconds clip of the major production. So there are some persons that are creatively endowed with that ability. Now there are some persons that are into sound scoring. All they do in movies is score sounds to it. Most of our movies suffer that a lot. They have hardly gone through sound scoring. People just put soundtrack and they are released. You need to score sound. Take for instance, can I get your pen, please? Okay. Now imagine I do this. Say in my shots on set, this sound is not, audible enough. Now when I get to my post, I should score a sound of a pen dropping on a table to that effect. So it becomes real and close to life. Now, for you to understand
this
the business,
actually sounded too
exactly
technical for my comprehension.
Right. So for you to understand the business that you're trying to dive into, you must understand the technicalities that come in place. Now, that will now determine how far you want to go in cinema. So you see a lot of movies now with reviews and people just tell you it's nothing to write about, it's not worth it. Scrap. And nobody's seen that movie. So it is the amount of time you've spent in preparation for it that determines how much you'll cash out. So when I have my script, I determine budget. But the least that I've ever filmed with is 1.5 million naira on the regular low budget movie. But you'll be surprised, there are some persons who film with 500,000 naira. They have their target audience. They will have their market. They're probably not selling in Nigeria. Maybe the outskirts. Somewhere like Idiroko, Cotonou. They'll watch their movie there. Where they will convert all the scenes to exteriors so they don't need to rent lights. No light equipment. They are working with daylight. They hardly have night scenes. Those are the... So they have their market. So your money is still useful. So, but I mean, you won't come close to me, because by the time I give you my chain of equipment, you will realize that the money you are offering me is not even enough to get the equipment, let alone paying the actors. You understand? So the least I'd filmed with is 1.5 million. But hey, some persons film with less budget and they still come out well. But not as well. What is well to you is still a starting point for some people.
Yeah, sure.
So I know the kind of money I want. There are some investors that don't want to hear you bring a script worth 2 million to them, because the kind of money they are looking for is not a 1 million naira returns on investment. So they are looking for the real deal. Let me drop 10 million naira and make 30 million naira back. That's the real deal. Yeah? So you go to them with some low budget movies that they go like, oh, hungry. If I give him that money, he will first take care of his family. So apparently, you need to understand what your script says and who are you targeting? Who is your investor? You understand? If I know my investor, then I'll know the kind of script I want to give to him. I should tell this person, if I write script of 5 million, this person, you don't get him. He won't drop it. You understand? So I begin to look for a script that can match his standard. So that's exactly it is. So you can make as much as you can based on the time taken on the production and the investment on the production. We've seen Genevieve done it. She broke the jinx. She broke the record with Netflix. At that time, she got the highest pay on Netflix, rolling to over $100,000 US. Wow. If not more. Right. That's because she had invested a lot in the job. And see, these jobs stand the test of time if well filmed. For instance, I filmed a job in 2018, and if you check the picture quality, it meets the standard of the recent productions. Because I'd used the right equipment at that time. The only difference would be that if you see the actors who featured in it and see them now, they will look like their throwback.
Okay.
Away from that, the picture quality will remain the same.
But there's no way you can compare the equipment we had then to the ones we have right now.
They are still in use.
There must have been improvements.
No, they are still in use.
Okay.
The only thing is we've got upgraded versions of those equipment. For instance, then you have Blackmagic 2K. Right. Now you're having Blackmagic G2 Pro 4K. You're having Blackmagic Pocket 6K.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
Gone are the days we Canon 5D Mark III was the in thing. If you have not used it, you have not filmed. Hey, Mark IV came, and that was it. You understand? I mean, Red was not there. Ari wasn't there. They came in. But it's not everyone that can afford it. That's why I say your budget will determine the kind of equipment you take to set.
Okay, now I heard you say that the least amount you've spent on film production, you as an individual, is about 1.5 million.
Yes.
So if somebody approaches you for a film production and can only afford anything less than that,
I will advise a person, I'm not about the money.
Okay.
I'm about the passion I've got for the job. And that's why it seems like I'm not filming every day. Right. Because I do not just want to make movies, I want to make statements. Right. There are some persons who are excited about filming back to back every day. No. It's about the quality of what you're bringing out to the audience. So why would I want to compromise when I know I may actually end up spending my personal funds in that production? How much do I want to pay the actors to start with? And don't forget, by the time there is a difference between negotiating with actors and begging the actors. Joba Michelle, please help me, just take it that way. The actor comes with some kind of attitude on your set. And I'm not such a person. Now, by the time you need the actor's help to help repose the post-production once ready, the actor begins to give you excuses because you haven't paid standard. So a lot of reasons. So sometimes I advise...
He would be doing it as
exactly.
If...
I'm doing you a favor.
Let me
so
just
at the end of the
you.
day, I tell people, see, if you can't do a full-length movie, do a short film. People don't even know the opportunities surrounding short films. They feel short films are, I will just put it on YouTube, people will say, no. There are festivals, over 1,000 festivals each year. Short film festivals. Just go on the internet and find information about them. When your movies are submitted for short film festivals, and they are selected, it's a plus to your career. Now, sometimes you win such festivals and you get some amount of money. You find investors via that. See, it's not enough when you tell people I can do it. Show them how you do it. So your short film that you have done as a filmmaker, you've got a smartphone, you are not smart with your smartphone. Shoot something. Shoot something. Don't wait for the person to give you the money. When you shoot that thing, it's easy to convince the person. The first major investor I had, John Lee's Films, despite he had known me for years, the first job I showed to him convinced him on why he should invest on me. And is one of the greatest marketers we've got in the Yoruba industry as I speak.
What's the name again?
John Lee's Films.
Okay.
Right. So this man saw what I have done and he felt, yes, this is great. If he could do this, then you can do better. But if I had got nothing to show and I tell him I can do this thing, he might begin to have some doubts and begin to price me less my standard. But he has got the standard I showcased, hence he knew he had to meet up that standard or surpass it. And he's surpassing those standards now. Good. Right. So do something and showcase it. It's better than not having it at all. So if your money is not enough to do that major thing, do the little you can, make it a pilot and begin to show. One day the investor will show up. I'm just thinking of producing a story I had written for 9 years now. I'd written Chronicle of a Warlord 9 years ago.
Why does it have to
and it is
wait
relevant
for that long?
Because the story is huge on its own and it requires strong budget.
When you say huge, not lengthwise.
It is huge in terms of props, costuming, characterization, and some other values involved in it. The props alone, a story that parades over 20 horses.
Real horses.
Horses. A story that depicts the life story of the first blacksmith in the world. If you check Wikipedia, you will see Ogunladide, the first blacksmith in the world, found in Ile-Ife, right in the palace of Oni of Ife, where they call the Temple of Wisdom. History has it that he comes from heaven, according to Yoruba mythology, that he comes with a chain, and his job is blacksmithing. He's known as the father of blacksmithing. Now I'm portraying a clan in the story whose duties are to build swords and war weapons. There is horse riding, horse fighting, sword fighting in the story. That's why I say it's an adaptation of 300. With African setup, with fictitious setting that is not particularly pegged to a particular locale, but having an infusion of other people's cultural norms embedded in it that they can trace to maybe Yoruba or the North. We have the Emir's look and all. So I'm just trying to test my hand with something creative. So this is huge than what anyone can just say I want to dabble into. If an episode can cost 6 million, imagine I'm shooting, say, 52 episodes. So who is willing to invest in such? Except we have the right investors that will call me to a round table. And by the time they call me to a round table, the script is not enough to convince them. So I need a pilot. When they see it and they feel, wow, you did this? Begin to whisper. Great production quality. Let's invest. You easily convince them that way. Can bring in the paper to the table.
Seeing is believing.
That's it.
Thank you so very much, Lanre Adediwura. You've really opened our eyes on what film production entails.
Right.
And we ain't gonna end it here.
Right.
You know why? We have so much more to talk about. Right. And that's another way of telling you this is just the part 1 of film production business here on Business 24. We're going to have part 2 of it, so you watch out for it. For now, thank you very much, and we're going to have you back again. All right? Michael Nath here. I'll see you again.
I'm not okay. How do you want to be by now? You know how much you mean to me. All of me, I'm going to my uncle Denny if I call me. For me, let's see me. Please, you mean a lot to my world right now. Please, don't do your wrong.
Shit on, can I leave now?
Èmi alówó nílé tí iṣẹ́ kan lè parí. Ọmọ bùjẹ́ bùjànù ní mí náà. Ebi àárọ̀, ebi ọ̀sán, àti tàlẹ́ ò ní pa yín. Wọ́n bá gbé ọ sípò Dangote, ọ̀ lè fún ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ bíi tiẹ̀.
Wọ́n pín sáárùn ẹbí wọn pàtìpàpà káńdò ẹni bá ní Yorùbá pín ní ṣáálẹ́ àná bẹ́ẹ̀ni ó bá.
Ó better to explain me to Joe to tell me for me because I have every information here.
Bola hàn ìjà ẹ lólè. I only picked up the money.
The only constant thing in life is change. Wọ́n possible kọ́ ọmọ yẹn ti change.
Èmi kàn ń sọ pé kó rántí ọmọ ẹni tí ìwọ ń ṣe nìyẹn.
Rántí ọmọ ẹni tí ìwọ ń ṣe ọ́.
Bí bá ti torí obìnrin kan tó bá kú, ẹgbẹgbẹ̀rún obìnrin ló máa gba sàárẹ̀ kọjá. Wọ́n á tún ka 12 ni, wọ́n á sílẹ̀ kọjá orí grave ẹ̀ báyìí ni. Ó wá ń ké.
Pèrè nulẹ̀, ọ̀gá ti pa mí sáyé. Jọ wá fún mi ní 200 tó bá ń fún díọ̀ tí tó máa padà lọ sí tó ti ń bọ̀.
Àwọn náà jẹ́ ilé ọ̀.
Kéré lójó orí, irun ló kú tásọ ìyàmọ̀ yín lára yìí. Ṣé ti mọ̀ tún mẹ́ni?
Mo ní kó bẹ́ẹ̀. Pàṣáyé ńlá fèsì. Àkọ́ gbà kádàrá rẹ̀. Yóò máa jẹ, yóò máa mu, yóò sì máa rìn wàǹsàwàǹsà lórí ilé ìpẹ́.
Hi, madam.
Mo ní lárí. Ọmọ yẹn, ó ní bó ṣe máa ń ṣe mí. Wo mi ò lè jẹ́ kí ọkùnrin kan wá sọ mí di pàṣárá sínú ilé.
Money is not my problem, okay? All I want is my escort.
Oh, wá. Ṣùgbọ́n pé àwọn pásítọ̀ lè mi.
Escort. Kò pa àlàyé fẹ́ sí. Ọmọ bẹ yọ̀ àbí ṣọ́kọ̀ yọkọ̀tọ̀.
Èyí, ẹ fẹ́ mú afẹ́fẹ́.
Tani fi pè tani gbogbo mi.
Ẹ má jẹ́ kárin ní bíbí ikú mọ́. I am not ready to die.
Kí ló ń kó mo ní lárí? Bóyá ìwọ máa padà ní lárí o.
The cosmetics and personal care industry globally generates an estimated annual turnover of around $400 billion over the last 20 years. In Nigeria, the beauty and personal care market could reach 3.2 billion euros by 2021, making Nigeria the rising star in sub-Saharan Africa. Products for hair and body care are predominant on the beauty market in sub-Saharan Africa, where face products and makeup remain marginal but have strong potential. Africa's largest economy clearly has a lot to offer. The Nigerian beauty and personal care market is currently worth more than $1.25 billion at retail and is forecast to reach more than $1.31 billion next year, according to Euromonitor International. It includes a wide range of products from skincare items to makeup and beauty items. These are items that predominantly appeal to women and men alike to purchase beauty products, even though men are interested in cosmetics. Nigeria has emerged as the investment destinations of choice to international firms aiming to capture the beauty and personal care market in the continent.
iBrandTV. Business first.
inside market today, and the market where we did now my 12 market. My 12 market get plenty places where they say different things where human being they like they wear and to chop. But you know so now the chop place now be the place now they inside my 12 market. But inside my 12 market today now yam section we carry on now come. Hope we're not ready because they get different kind of yam. Yam where they come from Kwara Day, every north, even for east, they here. Even the one they come from Ogun State, they here. We go they show on different types, and how you go take know the yam, the name and where you come from. And also when they talk to different people, the traders, the chairman demo, the board of trustees demo, so you're gonna know why yam they cost and what did they happen to the traders for road and how they will take the big government, make it also help them. So make a welcome for inside market and make a not forget now maybe the original Yaoloja Kaliobi. Make we go do the matter today. Now yam section we do. Welcome on the inside market, and inside market today with a show on yam market. Shukura yam sellers where they sell yam for my 12, and I did with one of their board of trustees and him be our pale because our pale nice today for this market and at our pale we will talk to. How you doing today now, Baba?
My name is Alel Tijani. Is a member board of trustee of the Shukura Yam Seller Association of Nigeria.
Okay, so how you they take do all these things where everywhere just they come. The place fine. Now yam they decorate all this place.
Well, I think all these areas or all my market now is a very one of the person want to show him the condition of this market now. Now is alleged Andama Yabo is the chairman of the Shukura Yam Seller Association of Nigeria. This is Alhaji Muhammad Andama Yabo, the chairman for APC of Lagos State. This market now, we are very fun on this year when you come from. There's many states. Here is the depot. We get about 36 branch of 36 states. Here is the headquarters. Here is the depot. There's many states you can come from the Kwara State, from Ogun State, from the Niger State, from every state. We can come here to buy yam. Here is the depot.
Different kind of yam they here because we know say we get Abuja yam, we get Adonicha, I could know say plenty. How many different kind of yam they drop here?
Oh, now is many yam. No, this one I did now is from Plateau State.
Plateau State, okay.
Abuja, Niger, yeah, from Benue. Yeah, from there's many states from Kwaras.
Okay.
Yes, that's from Kaduna State. There's some states. This year we can. Yeah.
Okay. So how many years now? I want to know when this depot don't day my 12. How many years now?
This is my 12. We started as on this market from 1979 to now. You reach about 40 years. Yeah, we are starting the do cylinders market on this my 12. After that, we now, before we starting the members, like 1,000 members, we starting now. Now we get about members, like 100 and something thousand members on this Shukura Yam Seller Association of Nigeria. But this yam, when they come from, there's many states. We are too good. Yeah? We are selling the dealer. We are selling this very cheap, the cheap of the price. We are selling that because our chairman of the Shukura Yam Seller Association of Nigeria, we are telling our member of the Shukura Yam Seller Association, whether you come from the Niger, whether you come from Benue, whether you come from Plateau, we are our chairman. You are telling them, yeah, to selling all the buyer when you come from outside country. This outside country, we are coming this month. We are coming this yam depot to buy yam to US. Yeah, to supply.
Wow.
Because our chairman of the Shukura Yam Seller Association, Alhaji Muhammad Andama, you are telling us people when they supply yam to bring it on this yam depot, to selling the people when they carry them from upside to selling is a very cheapest. Because the reason, even you came this market now, you come this market, even the yam is a very, no, it not be matter of the people when they bring yam, the transporters. Yeah? We are telling the government, we are telling the federal government, the people when they're collecting revenue anyhow. This young when you come from the Benue, at least the people when they pay tax on the highway, it's a very too much, it's very high. That's why the yam you can cost. Am I even not because of that one? This yam you can buy like 200 nairas. You see, this is our governor or Lagos State. You try. I'm telling you sincerely. So you try. We are calling this all the traders. We are telling that to selling that a member is very cheaper. We are following what in government you say that. Yeah? That's why we will try that.
Now maybe the original market woman. And when you do some market, you're going to need to behave like the market people. You know, say me, I don't take one chair for this place. And we don't go for play too yam. But this time, won't go 1 year they call Pampers. And once as I call Pampers, and I was thinking that the one bikini they wear for Bombo. Now lie you. Now Pampers yam. I'm like, and they come, make nobody take my chair. And they come. So, we won't talk to you. Come for my office. See me where my office day. Hey, Mr. I be office person now. How you day?
Well, thank God.
What's be your name?
My name is Mr. Rashid Raji.
Mr. Rashid. So you be the person? Rashid. He named now Mr. Rashid Raji. So I tell me now you be the person where they say Pampas yam.
I'm among those who are selling Pampas yam.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm a dealer.
You're a dealer.
Yeah.
So Pampas yam, tell them where Pampas yam, where did they bring them from?
All these yams come from Niger State, Abuja.
Okay, Abuja yam.
From Niger State,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So why did they call them Pampas yam?
What I can say is that this yam, it is when this yam come out that it makes this yam so surplus. Okay. Because formerly the yam is very scarce, but this yam, if you plant one, so it will come out plenty. So if you just put only one seed. When the yam come out now, they will carry 6 out of the heap. So from there, so give him that name. So it's very rich.
And I know since I open my mouth, they say if you plant one, it just be like mama, we get belly, we now one that it say it go born. Even if come born, it go come born.
Plenty yam come out. So all those farmers, they make money from this yam very well. I'm telling you, it makes them come rich because they work small and then the yam come out in a large quantity.
So you will be dealer, eh? People they come buy them. Should they fry them? Should you go to the chop with oil and egg? I've been for pounding.
In fact, if you can just buy 52 bars.
52 bars.
So for you to go and test it, you know how it be.
When I see me see trouble. Now me call interview and now he won't call use make money for my hand.
For you to know that it's very sweet. That is why just buy it.
I go collect one. So tell me, as you be the dealer of Pampers, how market they go?
Auntie, in fact, this things is very costly. Even though since I've been for this market for the past 20-something years, I never experienced this kind of costly market because yam of small size, so starting from 50,000 upward, so the market is not moving. So even though our customers that used to buy from us, when they carry out go, some used to come every day formally, but now some come weekly because of the price. So since it's not, we are just managing. I'm telling you.
So tell me, what will be the difference for price? Just use your hand. They show me this one now. How much if I want to buy it now? Should be saying I buy 50 dozen.
Can you imagine that?
This one how much?
Each one costs roughly 500 naira upward.
500 naira.
That is 50,000 naira for 100 pieces. So that's 50,000 naira now. So someone will pay that 50,000 naira and expenses almost 55,000 naira from this market before it reaches his own place. That is each one for 550 naira. So the next one, almost 450 naira.
You can see this size at the back of this map. Almost 800 naira for one. That is 80,000. So the price is very costly. And well,
you get something where they scratch my head there. How person go take no say this one a Pampas Yamo, this one a Plateau Yamo, this one a Adonicha Yam. What will be the difference? How person go take differentiate all this yam?
Actually, if I show you another type now, you can easily differentiate it.
How take now? You get mark.
It's not a matter of mark. That's the quality is different, and even though the nature is also different. So this side, Pampas is for this side. It's common for here, but if you go to the other side, you can still meet another yam. You call that one Adaunisha. So another one is Benue yam. So we call one Ogoja. So but that one is not just that one comes scarcely. It's the best yam. That one is the one people use for pounded yam. Yes, Ogoja. Oh, forget. If you chop that Ogoja pounded yam, but you come tomorrow. I'm telling you, very pure white.
It be like say they need to draw map of yam place. May they go back to people who draw map. May they connect one map for there. We go be Ogoja Yamo, Pampas Yamo. And I need to go back. Benue Yamo, Adonicha Yamo. And I don't see all the yam what they call. Because me not the original market man. And I still they go for another yam section. Because they say they get to Ogoja Yam. But if I say make I begin they go all of them, I go carry all of them one. And I go to share to now. Now what they do for inside market. I just get to understand, say for yam section, say they get different section for a place where they put different yam. Say the one we will stand so, now the Plateau section. Tell me how it they go.
Well, this is the Plateau section because we transport it from Plateau to Lagos here. And thank God you people have come to verify how far the yams are in sections. I can tell you how the sections are because we start our yam from November till August. And this yam is the most lasting yam that if new yam comes out, that is the Niger State yam. Once if it comes out, our own will go and start from their own. Their own will end up at, their own start from July to August ending. Then our own start from October till August. So it lasts for at least 9 months. That is our yam. And it is found from Plateau. Yes. So we have the Niger State, we have the Abuja State, we have the Benue State. Their own is at that side. The one you saw they used to market is from Benue. And those ones that you are seeing, they sometimes bought it from here and take it to Benue side and market too, in the name of Benue. And it is all from this place. Even the seeds of that Benue, they found it from this Namu yam. That is the Plateau yam.
Now, wow, even for my 12 yam market, they get states. Yes. This state here now. So if they buy yam, you don't go come they confuse, say you buy Abuja. No, why no be Abuja you buy? Now Plateau you buy. You see, I say people did for this Nigeria, they get sense well. They say they go put everybody when they come buy their yam, they go give them peace of mind. May they know what they buy. So tell me, because yam don't cost. Why yam take cost like this? Give us the story.
Well, thank you for asking me this question. Why yam is cost is because of some things. You have produce. The produce that before the state government or the federal government have stopped this produce. We just don't know from nowhere. They have been attacking our people from various states to another state. Every state now, they used to pay produce. And once, if they fail to pay, that is where Wahala start. And we don't know. The federal government have to look into this. Why is such a thing happen like that? As far as we are one Nigeria, and this thing is happening inside Nigeria, The federal government has stopped it. At least let them look into it. Why is it this produce is going on? Our people doesn't know about produce. They announced it that the produce is cancelled, but up till now, they are still collecting it. So I want government to go into it and see how is it people that they are doing it on their own or with the voice of the government. I don't know. So that one too, it has contribute to make the yam cost. Because if there is no produce, well, you will buy yam. At least when you buy this type of a yam, 15 naira. Then you put expenses of loading and loading and offloading. If you put this just that amount alone, yam cannot be very cost like that. But because of this produce, this yam will shoot to another thing. In some state, they collect more than 20,000. In some state, they collect 30,000. You see, and all those things, all those money are on top of the same yam. So you that bought it 30 naira, when you put loading money and offloading money and transportation money before the driver will leave, there will be some expenses that you will pay before the produce again added to it. So if you discover that this yam, you bought it 30 naira, and if you put all those amount onto it, something of 30 naira, it will be 70 naira. How will a poor man come and buy this type of a yam? And the person that bought it, he needs gain. He must put his gain. When he say 100 naira, you see, he's looking for something that it will assist him. So that one too, government have to look into it. That is why it's costing. It makes the yam cost. You understand? So this type of a thing, it contribute so that the poor man can never be able to eat yam again. You see, those are the things that contribute into the yam that make it to be cost.
But like, how you day today now?
I'm very fine. I do okay, well.
Okay, make you tell us which position you get for this yam place and your name. Make you tell us too, sir.
My name now, Honorable Mohammed Amin. Now maybe the first honorable where they elect for the whole of this Mine 12. By the special grace of God, now maybe the chairman for all former local government political office holder, 2004 to 2007, whether they call pioneer local government elected members of Lagos State. Now,
you be like, sir, go pack enter this man house, because the position where you get, even my fear, she'll count the ballet for him. How you say? Tell us how you they take manage this my 12 market? Because as with just the 4 tomato side, they say no, the young place they outside, and we say it's big. So how they take manage them?
Now God they help us manage the market. The first thing we say, now this market be the biggest yam market for the whole of the world. No other yam market where big reach like this for the whole of the world. By the special grace of God, those where they manage the market now, those where they fear God, especially Alhaji Muhammadu Danda Mayabu, where be the chairman of board of trustees. The man self, he dey inside market, they trade, they sell, they take care of human being. And also the man self, they take care of politics because now he be the chairman for Arewa, for APC, for the whole Lagos. So because of that thing, a person where they maintain peace, nobody they fight here. You see everybody, some people where they here, they get 3 houses, some get 4 houses. Some they don't take the market where they trade here, send their children go abroad. Some of them now, they get 3, 4 motor. So here now, peaceful market where you go fit sell, make your money, do everything very good. Like about 30, 50 trailers, they enter this market every day for yam. And before this one, when you see plenty here, if you come here for evening, you know go see them again. If peace not there, nobody go come here, come make market. And as they make the market, if anybody where cause trouble here, they go call them, come office, they go warn them, they go talk, say, make you come down. Those very bad, when they come here, they go change their character because now good people, now they here. No tribe for Nigeria when no they here. Not be only Arewa market, not be Igbo market, not be only Yoruba. South they here, Ibibo they here, Kalabari they here, Nupe they here. Everybody, Joe they here, Urobo they here, Shekiri they here. So every Nigeria, Edo they here. Every Nigerian I get session where they do together with Alaji Dandama and the trustee where they here.
As we dey hear before, they talk saying na government may they talk to say because of price of yam, and that's why they talk to you. So at the government, they talk to. So on our way be the government, where they inside government, we still not go feed you for all this price of yam where they go up today, come down tomorrow, go up today, come down tomorrow.
The reason why they like that now you the cause am.
What you concern me for the matter?
The reason why you take the cause am be say meanwhile I dey here, so no matter the political position where I don't hold, I see they do farm. If I show you my set, the camera where it is, and where I dey inside farm, they dig ground. For Lagos here, they plant yam. So if I get yam and they sell where I plant, if you they plant cassava, another person they plant tomato, the food go there everywhere. But you now, you don't wear coats. The coats, you don't go fit and go do farm. And for abroad, those where they wear coats, then they say they go farm. So even the little time where if to say on Saturday or Sunday you not go work or you get off, find small farm do. So that farm go let food they reduce. And another thing I call now, last year rain not fall. But this year now, rain they fall. So by the special grace of God, food go there here. And the cost of transportation to bring the food come from Arewa, come reach here. You know say the place far now. Sometimes the motor they spoil for road before you go reach here. So when you they do farm for your backyard, me and they do for my backyard, food go there yakwata. So now so it be. So make all of us go back to farm. Not be saying only book person they learn. You see this market, some people where they here, they be graduates. Those where go school where they here. So now PhD holder, they go to say this market where they do, as they say here, they get farm for inside bush. So if you and I, they do farm, food go cheap. Because you not go say, I'm hungry beat you. If you not get money to take buy meat, to take buy anything, you carry yam riches, cut and put for pot, put salt, take all your take chopper. You don't believe food. So thank you, my sister.
And I don't hear my brother, my sister, they say make una go back farm. Even if una get on a backyard, wanna just cut one side for the backyard, wanna begin the farm. Because if you dey farm, at the farm, things go better.
I get cassava.
You get cassava.
I get plantain. I get banana. I get tomato. I get snails. And I get yam. I get rabbits.
I beg, and I don't hear them. Tomorrow morning, I'll come pick on up one by one for an location. We they move enter our guy house. So and I don't say all the things where they happen for inside market, for inside my 12 market, for the place where they sell yam. And I will not see all the different yam where they. So I'm going to know the name, know as they be. And the state where they come from. So if they buy yam next time, you know the state where they chop. And also, I don't hear waiting the farmers talk with the suffer where they suffer. People they bring a come from different states, and people they sell them for Lagos. So we tell them one time again, when I don't hear them and I don't see them for inside market, inside my 12 market. So till I come on our way again though for inside market, wanna take care and make sure say on a chop belly food. Wanna take care. Now bye. I did for you.
Wherever you are, whatever you do, iBrandTV got you covered with the latest news.
On iBrand News Now.
It's about making history.
Top-notch news analysis.
No
knows how many of them that we have in governance.
Entitled Breakfast Show.
Welcome to another interesting edition of iBrandTV.
Business Trends.
Hello and welcome to Business 24.
Entertainment Gist.
Hello and welcome to the BTS.
Sport Review.
This is the arena.
Fashion Tips.
This is Brands and Fashion on iBrandTV.
And a lot more. Keep watching iBrandTV as we make your day worthwhile with quality TV broadcast. iBrandTV. Business first. iBrandTV. Business first.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. I am Omobolanle Adeshui. Well, it's Friday, the last working day of the week, and it also happens to be the last episode of the show for the week. Well, here's what's coming up on the show today. The internet has undoubtedly changed every sector. Consequently, businesses have incorporated this new technology. Hence, the demand for search engine optimization and digital marketing is booming. We'll take a look at digital marketing in Nigeria, opportunities and prospects. Also to expect on the show today, equities market reverses previous gain to return to negative territory as investors lose 6.06 billion naira on Thursday. The market has lost 3 times out of 4 trading sessions amid strong sell-offs and buy interest in the week. In the second part of the show, we'll look at the trends and movement of the index in the week. While this is Business Breakfast, let's take a look first at some top business stories making the rounds. We'll begin with the story that the federal government has disclosed that it had settled the power generation companies, GenCos, to the tune of approximately 3.5 trillion naira from the total invoices of 4 trillion naira issued by the electricity generators. The Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading Company, NBET PLC, a special purpose vehicle, is set up by the federal government to act as intermediary between power generators and distributors, noted that the amount represents close to 90% of the total indebtedness. Furthermore, Managing Director of NBET, Dr. Nemeka Ewelukwa, explained that with that amount, the government has shown a strong commitment to keeping the sector afloat amid the challenges of funding. Although most of the funding is not directly from the federal government, as an intermediary, the NBET collects market remittances for onward payment to the GenCos. However, the new figure runs in contrast to the position of the Association of Power Generation Companies, APGC, umbrella body of the GenCos, which during the week stated that power supply situation in the country was worsening because the generation companies were owed over 1.6 trillion naira. Telecommunications service providers under the aegis of the Association of Licensed Telecoms Operators of Nigeria have stated that a tariff review for telco services may occur if the rise in the price of diesel persists. The chairman, Alton Gbenga Adebayo, disclosed that the telecoms industry is one of the major consumers of diesel in the country. He further said that the sector had already been impacted by the current hike in diesel prices and scarcity of the product. According to Adebayo, telcos will continue to ensure that there are no service disruptions in the nation. However, he added that there might be a need for a tariff review if the present diesel crisis persists. And it may interest you to know that the current price of diesel within Lagos and its environs hovers between 650 naira per litre and 720 naira per litre, as opposed to 350 naira per litre it was in January. And Nigeria has spent a total of 4.56 trillion naira on the importation of premium motor spirit, otherwise known as PMS, in 2021. And that's about 128% higher than the 2 trillion naira spent on fuel importation in 2020. This is according to foreign trade data recently published by the National Bureau of Statistics. This is the highest amount spent on the importation of motor spirit since Nairametrics started tracking the data. Nigeria also spent a whopping 6.3 trillion naira on fuels and lubricants imports in 2021, dwarfing the 2.83 trillion naira, 2.5 trillion naira, and 3.8 trillion naira incurred in 2020, 2019, and 2018, respectively. The country is currently experiencing one of the worst fuel crises in recent years, and fuel queues remain sticky due to protracted clearance of adulterated fuel and the challenges with the importation of fuel. Diesel prices have also recently shot up to over 700 naira per litre. And the Debt Management Office, DMO, has disclosed that Nigeria became the first African country to raise $1.25 billion through the issuance of Eurobonds in the international capital market. This was revealed in a statement by the DMO stating that Nigeria investors contributed $60 million to the subscription. It further disclosed that the Eurobond raised will be used to boost Nigeria's external reserves, finance critical capital projects in the budget. And you may also want to know that the Eurobond is priced at a 7-year rate in the international capital market, citing that this development makes Nigeria the first African country to access the ICM in 2022. Well, that's about the size of our top business stories this morning. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, it will be time for our topical issue. Please stay with us.
Most people don't understand the magic of a perfect skin, the allure of a well-pampered skin. We bounce from skincare products to skincare products, from spa to spa. Looking for that ideal solution. I found a solution. And it's Blemiville Skincare and Spa. My name is Neil, and I'm proud to be a part of the Blemiville family.
unripe plantain flour is 100% natural flour gotten from the processing of unripe plantain. It contains no addictive and has a net content of 500 grams. True unripe plantain flour contains vitamin A, B6 and C. It is gluten-free and rich in calcium. Consuming through unripe plantain flour helps to build and strengthen stronger bones and can be a great meal for diabetic patients. It decreases your chances of constipation as it has a high fiber content and provides you with a low-fat diet. Here are some steps to prepare your through unripe plantain flour. Firstly, mix through unripe plantain flour with hot water in a pot and gradually add water till you achieve desired thickness. Place over medium heat and turn very well for 4 to 5 minutes to get the right texture. Mold into a ball and place in a bowl and allow to cool. Serve with your choice of soup. Through unripe plantain flour can be eaten with any variety of soup, be it your ofe oha, ofe onugbu, begiri, ewedu, or your miyan kuka. To get your through unripe plantain flour, contact us at 12 Olowera Isheri Road by First Welder bus stop off Omole Phase 2, Olowera, Lagos, Nigeria, or call 070-6663-8213 or 081-6397-4447. Distributors are needed nationwide.
Glad to know you're still with us. You're watching Business Breakfast on iBrandTV. Now, marketing campaigns are rapidly shifting to the digital space. Whether you want to create product awareness, brand recognition, or crucially gain customers, then you must be ready to spend a huge chunk of your marketing budget to run your campaign on digital platforms. Nigeria appears to be at the forefront of digital marketing on the African continent, and a lot of businesses patronize this method of marketing. And of course, it is arguably a very affordable and profitable method of marketing in Nigeria by brands and businesses. Now, we'll take a closer look at Nigeria's digital marketing space, prospects and opportunities. And joining me to discuss this further is Tayo Ojo. He's a new media consultant and digital marketing trainer at True Blue Media. He has over 4 years' experience in online marketing with focus on Facebook and Instagram advertising. A warm welcome to you, Tayo.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us on Business Breakfast. Now, maybe we should start from the rudimentary knowledge of what digital marketing is.
Okay. So basically, digital marketing is you making yourself available online, to the target audience that are looking for your solution. So it's as simple as, the activities you are doing online must be very objective, and then you are trying to reach out to, people that are looking for what you are providing, the value you are providing, the product, the services you are providing. I mean, in the old, several years ago, what you do is you go to the street, you ask people, where's this place, where's that place? But now you just go online and then you type the keywords or what you are looking for, and then, it's going to pop out a website, or it's going to pop out a particular, e-commerce website where you buy your things and all of that. So basically, digital marketing it has to do with the activities that individuals or companies are doing online with the objective of reaching their target audience, with the objective of customer acquisition and things like that.
Yeah, that sounds like something every business needs. But let's look at why it is important, especially when you consider the fact that some people believe that the internet is an open space for everyone. So why should I invest in digital marketing?
Yeah, so the reason why you have to invest in it is because, in the last, 15, 20 years, the game has really changed. You now have, you have millions of active Nigerians online. You have 2 billion active on social media, for example. In Nigeria, you have millions, over 400, 500 millions, Africans. Then when you now come to Nigeria, you have over 100 million active people online. So if you have that, big number of people online, you should be there so that they would know that you are existing. I like to tell people that advertising and marketing are different. Advertising is just creating awareness that I am existing, I am here. Then marketing will now, get people to subscribe to your service. Doing content marketing in a very strategic way. People know that, what you are doing here will give them the solution they are looking for. That is what marketing is.
So marketing is more like taking an extra step.
Yes.
As against just putting the product out there.
Just creating awareness. Marketing has to do with, you know, compelling people to come to you, convincing them. Yeah, that's the word. You know, I usually like to use the word compel, you know, to get them to take action, to come to your website. So there are hundreds of thousands of businesses online. I mean, if you are not online, you are leaving a lot of money on the table. So it won't make sense. You should be online, and then you should have a website, for example. You should have a blog on the website so that it's easy for people to search, and then they find you through the SEO, search engine optimization. You're using the right keywords for your blogs, and you know what have you. So
okay, we'll delve into all of that, because I know there are a lot of technicalities when it comes to going digital with your business.
Yes.
Now let's talk about the challenges of digital marketing, especially in the Nigerian space.
Yes. I mean, one of the challenge for entrepreneurs in Nigeria, for example, is, you know, the power issue we have. I mean, for you to use
which has recently gotten worse.
It has really, really gotten worse. And, you know, I like to tell people at my trainings, or people that come for one-on-one, it's unfortunate that Nigeria, I mean, this is third world nation. So there are a lot of things against us. You have to be doing way better than your counterparts in the developed nation, right? And then, you know, the new trend would even be you're having smarter economies rather than developed and undeveloped. So for us Nigerians, we have to be ticking faster. You know, you have to, I mean, you have to be your own power generator. You have to be your own, you know, opportunities creator. You can't leave things to chance. So basically, just, you know, just ensure that you are proactive.
And the internet issue?
Yeah, the internet issue, you have to have all the networks, unfortunately, so that when one is failing, you can switch to the other, right? There are amazing entrepreneurs in Nigeria that are, you know, surmounting all these challenges, and they are doing great works. Yeah.
Now, the digital marketing space, I know there are lots of platforms that you can explore to bring your business into the digital space. Let's talk about some of these platforms to take advantage of.
So, I mean, the very first one I usually like to tell people when it comes to digital marketing is take advantage of the social media platforms. You know, so most of us, any little time you have with yourself, you are already scrolling on Instagram, right? You are scrolling. I mean, people really go to Facebook nowadays. So what should you do? I mean, you can do ads. But before you do the ads, I like to tell people content marketing is very important. Meaning that, let's say you sell shoes. I'm not going to tell you that this is how your shoes should look like, but share content that has to do with, oh, maybe this is the kind of color you should wear to this kind of attire, this kind of thing. So you should be ready to share, you know, valuable content online that will get people glued to your pages. That is on social media. All companies are active on social media.
But I also know that there are specific social media platforms that are suitable for specific businesses.
Yes, that's correct. So, for example, if you're a B2B, meaning that you're a business, you're providing services to other businesses, you should be very active on LinkedIn and should be active on Instagram. But if you are a business, B2C, business to consumers, you can be active on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. You can be active on, you know, the other platforms like TikTok, you know, because you have individuals consuming that. But if you're a B2B, you should be very active on LinkedIn. You should be active on Instagram, and then you should venture into email marketing too.
So if you look at the digital marketing business in Nigeria, is it thriving? Is it lucrative?
Yes, it is. It is lucrative.
Because I imagine that some people understand the importance of digital marketing, but there are others who believe that why should I pay a digital marketer for something I can easily post myself and get the views and all that I need?
Yeah, that's true. But then you should, I mean, Nigerians should understand, and the people that are not, you know, into this so much, is that they should understand that you need to get experts, you know, to get results for you. It is true you can post yourself. And then I mean, really, if you are a very smart person, you can learn these things online. There are all kinds of information on LinkedIn. There are courses on LinkedIn that you can do yourself, and they are free. You can go on YouTube and learn some of these things yourself. But if you don't have the time, because there are some business owners, they don't have the time, they're chasing other businesses, it is important to hire someone.
So how is the business profitable if it's optional? Because you're saying that it's if you don't have the time that you need to employ someone.
So basically, if you're starting out, you don't have a lot of money to, you know, outsource. So you have to find time to learn it yourself. But of course, if you have been in your business for years, I want to believe that you've made money and you have been scaling up so far. So it's important that you make investments, create budget for social media, because that is where the world is going to in the next, the next 5-10 years is here to stay. So a lot of people are going to be taking advantage of the online space. So it's better you start early. Do you understand? Like if you are already a big business, but if you are starting out, it's good that you learn it yourself. Just start out as simple as posting valuable posts consistently every day. Take advantage of LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook.
So how do you track your growth? For instance, I'm a business owner and I employ you as my digital marketer.
Yes.
How do I track my growth on the various social media platforms?
Yeah, very simple. For all the platforms, we have analytics. So you can check, activities and things that you have achieved over the week. How many people clicked this? How many people interacted with this post? How many people? There are some people that they might not even follow you, but by seeing your ad consistently, they will just click the link and then they will buy whatever they need to buy. And there's something we even call lead generation, where it allows people to fill a form. You put your number. Oh, I think I'll be interested in this. I'm not interested now, but I'll be interested later. So
that's on what platform?
You have it on Facebook, you have it on LinkedIn, you have it on Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah, so people can drop their people can drop. Oh, you see, realtors use this a lot.
Oh, okay.
So you drop your information and then somebody's going to call you and then follow up with you. And then things work out that way. So basically, there are analytics that you can use to check these things. You can check it yourself. If you have somebody handling your social media platforms, the person can show you, and they can even send it. You get a mail from Facebook too regularly on your ads. Yeah.
So what determines, because I'm interested in the money-making aspect of this business, because of course every business owner goes into business to make money.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're looking at this particular digital marketing, what's the return on investment? That's number one. Then number two, how do you determine how much you're charging a particular business owner, and how much, how far, or how high can you go in charging?
Well, I want to believe, before you even come online, you have your price list, you have your services, you have your products and all of that. So it's easy for you to, when you run an ad, for example, there's a particular budget you put in the ad, and then there's a projection, right? Oh, as people are clicking this is the amount you are being charged. So you can calculate that, and you juxtapose that with the income that you're making and the sales you are making. Do you get? So that way you can easily calculate
so
that.
the big men pay more.
Yes.
Those who are starting small pay less.
They pay less.
I see.
So so it means that if you are, that's why.
And
you
of
have
course, nothing is coming from the digital marketer except the
the
mental,
intelligence, the experience, because this thing takes experience.
But you don't need capital.
You don't necessarily need it. You just go online and then put in the ad budget, put in the money for you to run your ad, basically. If you have the intelligence, you already got that, so you just put that in, right? So, but basically, you have to just have projections on these things. Oh, by doing this ad for 30 days, I believe that I should make this money. And there's something we even call social listening, meaning that you are checking the trends online, right? Okay. You are checking the trends. What do they want? There are trends on Google that you can use to check, what are the things people are looking at? For somebody looking for a wedding photographer now, the wedding is coming next week. You can check online and, what is the best, what are the things that people are looking for aside wedding photography, so that you can target those people. For a bride, for example, they'll be interested in makeup, they'll be interested in wigs and all of that. So you can target all of that when you're running your ads. So with that, you are sure that people are going to come and they're going to see your ad, and then reaching a wider audience helps you, to sell more, because more people now know that you exist and they are buying just on social media.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll leave it there. We'll take a short break. When we come back, the conversation continues on digital marketing with Tayo Ojo right here with me. Don't go anywhere.
Most people don't understand the magic of a perfect skin, the allure of a well-pampered skin. We bounce from skincare products to skincare products. from spa to spa. Looking for that ideal solution. I found the solution. And it's Blemiviv Skincare and Spa. My name is Neil, and I'm proud to be a part of the Blemiviv family.
The cosmetics and personal care industry globally generates an estimated annual turnover of around $400 billion over the last 20 years. In Nigeria, the beauty and personal care market could reach 3.2 billion euros by 2021, making Nigeria the rising star in sub-Saharan Africa. Products for hair and body care are predominant on the beauty market in sub-Saharan Africa, where face products and makeup remain marginal but have strong potential. Africa's largest economy clearly has a lot to offer. The Nigerian beauty and personal care market is currently worth more than $1.25 billion at retail and is forecast to reach more than $1.31 billion next year, according to Euromonitor International. It includes a wide range of products, from skincare items to makeup and beauty items. These are items that predominantly appeal to women and men alike to purchase beauty products, even though men are interested in cosmetics. Nigeria has emerged as the investment destinations of choice to international firms aiming to capture the beauty and personal care market in the continent. The photography business is a very competitive industry. Every year, thousands of talented photo lovers consider turning their passion into a money-making business venture. Especially in a fiercely competitive marketplace like Nigeria, in which it is very easy for anyone to buy a digital camera and call themselves a professional photographer. According to some practitioners, a new photographer once a standard studio can start with a budget of 3.5 million naira. However, one can start with a lower budget of about 500,000 to 1 million naira, depending on the tools and cost of rent. On the average, the cost of photography equipment is around 294,790 naira. However, the price ranges from around 41,000 naira to as high as 2.46 million naira. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people with a vibrant movie industry that produces 50 movies per week, generating annual revenue of approximately $590 million from between 2016 and 2021, helping the photography industry as a whole, according to a recent research by the UN.
Is the cultivation of plants and rearing of animals for human consumption. And I'm here today at the Pali Agro Farm. My name is Jennifer Obuse. It's going to be an exciting view today. So enjoy, stay tuned, and don't go anywhere.
plantain flour it's a one of its kind product. We have other products in the market, but our 2 unripe plantain flour, it's 100% plantain flour with no additive. And once you eat it, just as you said,
Looking fresh already, right?
yeah, it's a very nice product. So, you know, as we produce it, we also test it. And as you can see, it's a very good product. And we encourage people outside, the buyers, to patronize us, buy our plantain flour, and they will see the difference. The difference is clear.
We have one who understands the history of Pali Agro Farm. He is no other person than a pioneer staff and a Marshall Teslin. Good to have you here, staff.
Thank you very much, sister. I'm the one of the first staff in the Pali Agro, because we are first there in DBK before we come to Pali Agro since 2003. We start from the fish pond. After fish pond, we enter to the poultry side.
Now, for every Pali Agro product, what will you say to people out there?
I remember when I take our market to the first town, people are calling us, they are calling us Agoro. So everybody saying we are looking for agro egg. That's what they call us in first town. If you are in Mushi, they are looking for Abekuta egg. There are many products that are spoiled, that are selling in the market, but our product is the best in the market. Everybody has lined up, they are waiting for our product. People are using our product to sell their product. I'm the managing distributor of all the Pali Agro products in Lagos. Please, people, keep watching iBrandTV.
Many thanks for staying with us. It is still Business Breakfast, and we're discussing digital marketing with Tayo Joy, media consultant and digital marketing trainer at True Blue Media. So earlier before the break, Tayo, you were talking about the fact that return on investment for the business owner is dependent on some factors. I'd like to just touch on that quickly before we talk about other things.
Okay, yes. So factors that would determine, you know, companies getting results is, number one, they have to be visionary, meaning that they have a vision for their company, meaning that, and the vision will determine the brand. So the brand meaning that, you know, there's a name, you know, there's a color, you know, to hit. So it makes it easy for people to remember you. Because, for example, an ad would work effectively when, you know, the audience, they see it at least 5 to 12 times. I mean, you notice there are times that you're on your phone and then you see an ad, you see it again, like twice a day, you see it again tomorrow. The reason is because they want you to take an action.
And then videos are now more...
yes, videos are more engaging than any other type of, you know, content. So, I mean, one of the things companies have to do, they have to be very, very intentional with their graphics. They have to be intentional with the tone of their captions, you know, the words that they are saying. Is it, you know, welcoming? Is it, you know, the customer care? Is it on point? You know, are people responding on time via DM or via email or the web chats on their website and things like that? So all of that are very important.
So let's talk about the job opportunities in this industry.
Okay. So, I mean, digital marketing is very wide, you know, and it involves a lot of things. I mentioned earlier content marketing. For some people, being a copywriter, it's a skill that would stay for a long time.
That's also under digital marketing?
Yes, it's under digital marketing because people get to employ, you know, copywriters, people that will write your copy. Some people call it hard copy. So that is what people will read under your video or your image that will get them to take an action. You have, of course, the graphics designer. You have to design something, something tailored to your business. You know, you have to use the right words, use the right, I mean, colors, right, I mean, shapes and all of that. And of course, developers are making a lot of money right now.
Who are developers?
Developers are people that would, you know, develop your apps. You know, we have web developers, we have app developers. So some companies, I mean, there's a particular medical institute I consulted for recently, and they have a mobile app on iOS and, you know, Apple, I mean, and Play Store. So all of that, they are still going to be here.
Are digital marketers the same as social media managers?
Yes, social media marketing or social media managers, they are under digital marketing.
So digital marketing is like the umbrella body that covers
all of that. Digital marketing covers social media marketing, email marketing. It covers, you know, the pay-per-click advertising. It covers, in fact, digital marketing covers bulk SMS, text messaging.
Everything that has to do with the virtual world.
The virtual world, exactly.
Okay, so what does it take to be a digital marketer?
So we have certifications online that you can, you know, employ, you can go into. Google has one. Facebook also has the one called Blueprints, Facebook Blueprints. Some of them are free, and then when you get to the advanced ones, you have to pay, right? So it's very easy.
How expensive or
it's
affordable?
very easy. Well, there are some of them that are maybe $100. It depends on the platform. There are all kinds of platforms online. All you just do is just Google certifications, digital marketing certifications online.
How long does it take, the training?
I mean, some of them take, they are video courses. Some of them might take 6 hours. Some of them might be
And then
10
you
hours.
become a digital marketer?
Yes.
In 6 hours?
No, not necessarily. So that might just be a course. There's a course on content marketing. There's a course on social media. There's a course on email marketing. So it's going to take like weeks for you to do this. Of course, there are some people, they try the traditional method, like you just go on YouTube and watch all videos and then practice, and then you become an expert. You know, some other
So you
people
still
try
have to keep upgrading.
Yes, you have
Let's
to keep
wrap this up by talking about digital marketing mistakes to avoid by business owners.
Okay, mistakes that you know, entrepreneurs must be aware of are things like trying to do everything yourself. One of the things that helped me
to save costs.
One of the things I try to tell people is you have to. There are some people that have done this before you. It's important, or it would be nice, not nice now. It would be easier for you to learn from them. There are certain people that before I meet them, will probably have to pay for a lunch for us to just sit down and talk because they have an experience I don't have. There are certain people that I pay for their course just to be in the room with them, right? So I think that would be one mistake. I think a lot of entrepreneurs, they think they can do everything themselves. It doesn't work like that. You have to get a mentor. You have to get somebody that you follow. You have to learn from everybody. And then another mistake people make
I'm talking about in digital marketing.
Yes, in digital marketing. Another thing that people try to do is they think they can get results without investing money. You know, I think it's connected to the first anyway.
Yes.
So you have to give out something. You have to invest in something, and then you have to be teachable. You know, because all of these things now, you are not going to a physical class. You are going to sit down in your house. So you can't afford to be lazy. You have to be someone that is you personally research for things by yourself. Yeah.
Okay. I was hoping you were going to delve into the hashtags and all those things.
No. All of that inside. Once you get to the class, you will learn all of that yourself. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Tayo Joe, media consultant and digital marketing trainer at True Blue Media, for being a part of Business Breakfast today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right. That's it on digital marketing. But still to come on the show, equities market reverses previous gain to return to negative territory as investors lose 6.06 billion naira on Thursday. The market has lost 3 times out of 4 trading sessions amid strong sell-offs and buying interest in the week. In the second part of the show, we'll look at the trends and movement of the index in the week. Please stay with us.
Most people don't understand the magic of the perfect skin, the allure of the well-pampered skin. We bounce from skincare products to skincare products, from spa to spa. Looking for that ideal solution. I found the solution. And it's Blemiviv Skincare and Spa. My name is Neil, and I'm proud to be a part of the Blemiviv family.
Mama, you're coming to Lagos. Banga. Baby, Mama just called me now. She's coming to see you. She asked me to tell you to make banga soup for her. And she's close to the house. Oh.
How do you expect me to prepare banga in just a few minutes? I have a solution for you. Really? Mm-hmm.
Sabi cook the banga. You're not going to enter my family.
Pali banga is used in making other exotic dishes such as banga jollof rice, banga eforiro, banga asaro or yam porridge, banga egusi, and many more. Pali banga is easy to open, no preservatives, no cholesterol, and no coloring. Approved by NAFDAC. Manufactured by Pali Agro Products Limited. Available in all leading stores and supermarkets nationwide.
Pali banga, natural palm fruit extracts for tasty African cuisine.
Unripe plantain flour is 100% natural flour gotten from the processing of unripe plantain. It contains no addictive and has a net content of 500 grams. True unripe plantain flour contains vitamin A, B6 and C. It is gluten-free and rich in calcium. Consuming through unripe plantain flour helps to build and strengthen stronger bones and can be a great meal for diabetic patients. It decreases your chances of constipation as it has a high fiber content and provides you with a low-fat diet. Here are some steps to prepare your true unripe plantain flour. Firstly, mix true unripe plantain flour with hot water in a pot and gradually add water till you achieve desired thickness. Place over medium heat and turn very well for 4 to 5 minutes to get the right texture. Mold into a ball and place in a bowl and allow to cool. Serve with your choice of soup. True unripe plantain flour can be eaten with any variety of soup, be it your ofe oha, ofe onugbu, begiri, ewedu, or your miyan kuka. To get your true unripe plantain flour, contact us at 12 Olowera Isheri Road by First Welder bus stop off Omole Phase 2, Olowera, Lagos, Nigeria, or call 070-6663-8213 or 081-6397-4447. Distributors are needed nationwide.
All right, time to take you to the stock market, where at the end of yesterday's trading session saw Seplat Energy PLC's share price depreciate by 3.13% to close at 930 naira per share, taking the market capitalization to 547.25 billion naira. The decline in share prices, which was recorded by the Petroleum Energy Company, can be attributed to investors' negative sentiment, which triggered sell-offs and dragging the company's value down by 313 basis points. Hence, sell pressures in the shares of the company resulted in a loss of 17.65 billion naira in market capitalization at the close of trading activities on Nigeria Stock Exchange. The shares of the quoted company decreased from 960 naira per share at the start of the trading day to 930 naira per share, the lowest price traded at the close of the market. This represents a decline of 3.13%, which in monetary terms is 30 naira. At the end of the day's trading activities, the Nigeria Exchange All-Share Index and market capitalization depreciated by 0.02% from the previous trading day to close at 47,353.22 index points and 25.52 trillion naira respectively. Now we'll look at the market summary to see what the all-share index, which ended at 47,353.22 points. That's a decline of 0.02% at 3,848 deals. That's a decline of 6.44%. The volume traded was 239.73 million, an increase of 64.39%. And the value traded went north 53.51% to close at 3.89 billion naira. The market capitalization was 25.52 trillion naira, a decline of 0.02%. And now we'll look at the top 5 gainers of the day. We'll see the United Africa Company gaining 10% to close at 1 naira 10 kobo. Realex gained 9.8% to close at 10 kobo, while Wapik gained 8.16% to close at 4 kobo. Presco gained 6.4% to close at 8 naira, while Multiverse closed at 1 kobo. That's a gain of 4.55%. And now to the losers of the day. We said the Nigeria Insurance closing at 2 kobo, that's a loss of 9.09%, while Cornerstone lost 6.45% to close at 0 naira 4 kobo. And then Veritas also lost 4.55% to close at 1 kobo. Seplat lost 3.13% to close at 30 naira. Lasako lost 2.8% to close at 1 naira 4 kobo. All right, to analyze what went down in the market yesterday, we have Ambrose Omodion, Chief Research Officer at Invest Data Consulting Limited, to analyze what went down in the market yesterday. Thank you for joining us, Ambrose. Now, looking at what happened in the market yesterday, you see that investors lost about 6.06 billion naira, and then we see that the market has lost 3 times out of 4 trading sessions in the week. How significant is this loss?
Yeah, actually, what we saw in the market yesterday, even as you mentioned, 3 days before now, it just market oscillation, or I call it kind of volatility already happening as a result of what is happening. But the good thing is that if ceasefire lasted for 3 days and peace talk is still going on, in those
Ukraine,
yeah, for me, it's a plus for our market. But another thing is that our market lost yesterday. Where the environment where they kind of hiked their interest rate for straight 3 days, their market has been in green. That's why they increased their interest in US, and also peace talk in Ukraine has also impacted their market positively. Here we are seeing better numbers coming from the companies, and now we are seeing kind of oscillating trend. For me, our market is still very, very strong. What we just said yesterday is just miss sentiment in the market. Because if you look at those high cap stocks that lost, if not, the market will have closed positive because we'll have a marginal a positive market breadth. And we saw big cap like Steplat losing 30 naira. That what put the market down, and also Nigeria Brewing dropping. This is what put the market down yesterday. For me, our market remain strong. People say that, Bruce, you always seen this market. I say, why? Because I use some indicators to tell me that market is still strong. If you are following just ESA or market up and down movement, you'll be confused. For example, now let me just call up one chart here that will give you an insight to know that if the market is healthy or not. What we call a trend line. That trend line, I call it a T line. That T line, whenever it's market is above, we tell the market is strong. It is when market cross that T line down that anybody should panic in the market. But if I'm not above that T line, you need to just relax yourself. Now, as to speak now, market just trading on top of the T line. Until break it down, now I say yes, market is it's about to correct. But the good thing is that the T line gives you a opportunity to buy and sell. It's when it cross up, you enter. When it cross down, you buy. That means you have something to guide you. But most people in the market, they don't have anything guiding them. Whenever they see their fellow investors selling, they want to sell. Also, most of them in the market, they don't have investment objective. That's why I say anytime you're in the market, you must have what is guiding you. Your stop loss should be there to guide you. Your profit taking is there to guide you, so that at the end of the day, you come out of the market better. But when you are following bad wagon, I think this is the era that push you drop that back and educate yourself and invest like an intelligent investor. Don't follow the crowd because they are selling. Something attracted you into a particular stock. Wait until that is attracted you, start disappearing before you can sell.
But we see United Africa Company gaining, leading the list of gainers yesterday with 1 naira 10 kobo. What do you think informed this
United
USCN.
Okay, USCN. Okay,
yes.
That is USCN. Yeah, for me, it's a conglomerate of company that has a food business and all that. But gaining for me is also a market sentiment, positive market sentiment for that store. There's not something corporate to say that is what's supporting the market. But the good thing is that as a trader, most of you don't look at market news. Look at your chart. Your chart will tell you whether this candlestick is it positive. As of yesterday, we were seeing a positive candlestick on that USC. I want to quickly call that USC up now so that you can look at it. I'm happy that you mentioned it. To go a long way to give investors an insight how to invest in this market. Because once you have information, you are about to do it right. But when you are guessing, that is where you shoot yourself. At your feet, you can see this trend now. This is a positive trend here. You can see that this stock can see a big trend there. But let me take it back to a daily chart. This is a monthly chart so that I can give you clear. You can see a move in this stock. See a stock that I moved for almost 5 to 6 uptrend. For me, this is the time for you to take profit. But seeing this last candlestick, it's a full bullish candle where the stock gained almost 10% yesterday, closing at 12 naira 10 kobo as at yesterday. It's a good one. But this kind of stock, for me, we saw what happened last year. Last year, they gave a special dividend about 60 kobo plus the additional one from the company. That's about 120 kobo. But the company don't have that capacity also to pay that 120 kobo as we speak now. Looking at their earning per share as at the third quarter, for me, investors in this stock that have entered around this price, around this here, when the stock was trying to find a double bottom here and climb up here, this is the time for you to take profit in the stock.
Now, we see also the leading the decliners, that's Cornerstone, by 2 kobo. Or what was the figure now? 2 kobo. What do you think is responsible for this loss?
No, the insurance stocks losing leading the market decline yesterday for me is not surprised. But these are penny stock. I call them kubo stock on my side. A kubo stock, when you give you 10%, 15%, you're about to leave those stocks. And you don't forget that this same Niger Insurance have rallied from almost 20 kobo to 30 kobo. This same also Cornerstone have moved also from around 48 kobo to almost 60 kobo. But investors are about, or traders are about to take profit, especially when you know that this company that are not ready to pay you a good dividend to support their price. Then you can sell off now that we're already at the peak of earnings season to buy into companies that will pay you dividend, that are commensurate to their price. Yesterday, Access Bank released their audited account, which is good. Look at the figure that came from Access. It tells that the bank has just positioned itself among the top 3 banks. That says that it's an investor. Don't need to panic. They are declaring 70 kobo dividend for the final dividend in addition to their 30 kobo. People might yes, what are they paying 70 kobo? That means at the end of the day, they are paying 1 naira altogether. For me, I'll say that is okay for Access Bank. Looking at the strength of the number that monitored from the company or the bank, for me, investors should look at this and what should guide you, not just only looking at sentiment as we speak, because this result will also kind of shape the investor sentiment this morning, against the assets. But for those that are thinking that are resigning, they know that assets is just a class of stock that belongs to mature stock or value stock. Also, at the same time, a growth stock. If you combine a growth stock and a value stock, these are the features you see. For me, assets is a good stock. If you are there, you don't need to panic. Rather, you can take your position, take the dividend, then when it goes up again, you make your cash.
So what are your expectations as the market begins to wind down today?
Today, this is the last reading of the market. We said it already, the market has lost almost like 2 times or 3 times in the week. We expect the market to start getting a positive sentiment. Don't forget that next week, Monday and Tuesday, is MPC meeting. Most investors will have to sit on the fence today to see the outcome of MPC meeting by next week. For me, our market is still healthy. Then outcome of MPC meeting also will add momentum to the market because one, if as at the close of the business on Tuesday when they release the consumer price index, we're seeing that our inflation has ticked up a little. Also, we tell you that those in fixed income market, yes, we have seen factors that will drive inflation going to the future, let's say in the next or 2-3 months. That tells you that those positions in that fixed income market will be threatened a little because when your real return is a negative, I can see that when inflation is going up, your real return will also be getting deep in negative. For that, they might have to also reshuffle their portfolio. That might trigger fund entering the equity market as from next week. Let's see the outcome of MPC meeting next week.
Oh, well, that's a fine place to live in. Thank you so much, Ambrose Amodio, Chief Research Officer, Invest Data Consultant Limited, for the robust analysis on the show this morning. All right, we'll take a break now, and when we come back, it will be time to take you to the global oil market. Please stay with us. We'll take you to the oil markets now, where oil climbed back above $100 a barrel as the Kremlin cast doubt on the progress of current peace talks with Ukraine, and investors weighed the absence of Russian barrels in the tight market. Futures in New York closed up 8.4% on Thursday to settle at $102.98. Markets rallied after a Kremlin spokesman said a report of major progress in negotiations over Ukraine was wrong, but discussions will continue. The war has severely disrupted Russian oil flows, and the International Energy Agency predicted output from the key OPEC Plus member will decline by about a quarter in April. 3 cargoes were dropped from Russia's planned March loadings. Global benchmark Brent settled above $106 a barrel, swinging by more than $5 intraday for 16 consecutive sessions, the longest such run ever. Meanwhile, investors are monitoring a virus resurgence in China. Traffic congestion levels in partially locked down Shanghai are more than a third lower than a year ago, and there are also restrictions on movement in the manufacturing hub of Shenzhen and in Jilin province. Moving on now to the yellow metal market, where gold price is trading below $1,940, having stalled its two-day rebound as the U.S. dollar finds fresh bait amid the downbeat market mood. Risk sentiment has taken a hit ever since U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that Russia may be contemplating a chemical weapons attack in the U.S. last session. Further, the lack of substantial progress on the Russia-Ukraine peace talks has left markets in limbo, triggering fresh risk-off flows into the U.S. dollar at gold's expense. Investors also remain cautious ahead of U.S. President Joe Biden and China's President Xi Jinping meeting due later this Friday. Both leaders will likely discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine, among other diplomatic and trade issues. Earlier this week, the Fed delivered a hawkish rate hike, although failed to impress the dollar bulls. Well, that's about the size of our package today. Thank you so much for being a part of Business Breakfast. My name is Omobolanle Adeshui. And from all of us here, have a great weekend.
iBrandTV. Business first.
One thing I learned in life is to forgive. No matter what person does, she used the ring to slap me on my right hand eye, and from there I became blind. I lost the first eye. Later on, I lost the other one. Each time I look at my younger one, they are all married. I need to just forgive and forget and move on with my life.
This is an inspiring story of how visually impaired endurance defied the odds and made a career for himself as a craftsman. Endurance wasn't born blind. As a young schoolboy, he noticed he couldn't see clearly, complained to his parents several times, but his poor parents couldn't do much. As young Endurance grew, his sight deteriorated. His condition was treatable, but the prevailing circumstance of poverty resigned him to his plight.
This is the case of Endurance Otobi, who being visually impaired did not allow his back to be on the ground. Earlier this week, we took a trip to Ajegunle and we met with Endurance Otobi. And just as his name sounds, Endurance, he endured the pain and the shame just to learn a craft. My name is Margaret Opera and this is Spotlight.
My name is Endurance Otobi. I was born in Lagos, but I'm from Delta State. And I attended my primary school and my secondary school here in Lagos before the challenge started. Though I did not finish, I stopped at JS3 because the problem started at that time. I was playing Ludo that fateful day in my former compound, not here. So while playing the Ludo, and one little girl insulted me, and I just wiped on her bumper, so she cried in. She go and called her mom. So her mother came, and I was still busy playing the Ludo. I never knew that she's putting on ring. So immediately she was asking me that, why did you beat my daughter? So I was explaining. Before I know, she used the ring to slap me on my right hand eye, and from there I became blind. I lost the first eye. So went for hospital, do some checkup. The doctor said there is no remedy for it. So I said, well, because of my parents were Christian, they say we should be praying for God and God will open the eyes. And from there, later on, I lost the other one. I lost the other one in 2002. Since 2002, I became blind totally. Since then, I have been sitting at home from that 2002 to 2009 before I have to discover myself that I need to be doing something, not sleeping, waking without. Cause I knew that one day my parents, they will get old, and when they get old, they will relocate to village, and what will I be doing? And my brother, they will get married. So I said, no, I have to go to one vocational school at Oshodi, Nigerian Society for the Blind, Oshodi. So where they taught us how to make this bag. So I was empowered over there, and since that 2011, I have been working. I live alone. I do things alone. And I work and I go to my place of work. As you can see, I was coming from my home. Though, yes, it's not my home, it's my brother's place. But I was living here before, but before I relocated out of this place. So that's how I've been living my life. And God has been helping me that I'm not a liability, not only to myself, that I'm also impacting. Sometimes I go to secondary schools, all those, I empower them without collecting a dime from those youths, because here in Nigeria, because I believe that there is ability in disability. So I have to give what I have. That's why I don't collect a dime from them, from the children. I want to impact their life also, so that they can have, after they finish school, so that they can give back to the society too, also teach other people, so that they can have ends meet. You see, I pay my rentage with this thing. And this one I'm doing, the person paid me money before I started it, and I collected about 10,000 naira for it, or 8,000 for it. That's how I've been living, and sometimes they call me to teach, and I teach people, collect my money, so that's what I do for a living. I'm totally blind, not partially. Because how do I live my daily life? We call it daily living skill. And I do wash my clothes by myself. I carried my water to the bedroom and draw from the well, and that's part of our training, actually, right there in school. So I don't find it difficult without seeing anybody around me. I can still do what I want to do without them. The only thing is that maybe maybe I want to do one or two things that is so difficult that I need attention. Somebody needs to give me eye, so I have to call them. Maybe in the aspect of money, maybe I want to look my money, I can call somebody, how much is this? So that they will help me to differentiate the money. Because I made a mistake one certain time. I gave him 1,000 naira, so he was telling me it's 100 naira. So the man took my money. So since then, before I would go out, I will first of all cross-check all my money. So I separated them from my pocket. So that's how I live my life, and God has been helping me. And people say that I cannot live without people. So I was thinking, I was just praying God, I need to, because there was a time I cannot afford 100 naira in my life by myself. People have to give me, and sometimes when they give you, it's so, somehow they will not give you what you want for yourself. So I decided to go and learn this thing, so that I will have ends meet. Because I know that my parents, they will definitely, they will go back to village, they will relocate. And truly, the way I see it, that's how it happened today. They have relocated to village. Assuming I did not have that foresight of knowing that these people, they will relocate, what will I be doing for a living? How would I end? Because I know my parents, my brothers and sisters, they will get married, and truly they have gotten married. They have their own kid, they're living their own house. So I'll become a liability to them, even to their wife also. So I see before I decided. So I decided to go to school so that I can learn something that will fetch me money. Assuming I depend on them now, who will pay my house rentage? Because it will get to a stage, they will get tired. They will not pay it again. So from there, I said no. So but how do I pay it? How do I do it? I have to save. I don't need to eat with my 5 hands. So if I should have any work, I'll keep for it, because I know the landlord will definitely ask me. So I will pay my NEPA bills, I will pay toilet bills, I will pay security bills, all those stuff. I need to pay. Those are my bills, which every month I do. Like the house I live, I pay 5,000 a month. So how do I have the money? I have to learn this thing well and teach. Sometimes I go and meet schools. I would approach them that I need to teach. So they will give me this. So that's how I've been living my life. So it's one of my friends that was watching television that fateful day because I got tired of sitting at home because people say that I'm a liability also. They say I cannot really do anything. Like, so you now ask me, did you have interest that I saw one school on TV that is for visually impaired blind? Say, we have interest of going. I say, yes, of course. But I did not have the money because my parents don't want me to go. Even though why we discovered it, they say I should not go. That who will be paying the school fees, that they are not financially buoyant. But I have to encourage myself that I will go, anything that will happen there. But when I got to the school, I found out that the school was boarding. So I was happy that, okay, I will be in boarding and I will not be stressing anybody. That time, I cannot walk alone. But that time, after I went to that school, the teachers will call it mobility. I can go to anywhere by myself, and they taught us how to do things. And not only that, I used only 2 weeks to learn this back because I know that they will ask of their school fees. So I was so desperate that if they should chase me away for school fees, I have planned this thing. So from there, when people saw that I can make bags, like my sister, they now send me money, and from there, most of my friends, they now supported me, and I must really appreciate it. They know that my parents listen me. Although my well-wisher, like my friends, which since I'm in school, they send me money, then I use it for my school fees. And finally, I graduated in 2010. I spent 2 years over there. But they feed us over there, so why in the morning we go to class, they teach us, because I don't want to further medication. So I said, let me focus on this. This thing will make people to know me. So that's why I've been doing it. That one is easy, because by the time I touch it, like this hand, if I should make mistake, I know. Even though if I'm teaching, if my students should make mistake, I will know. So it's all about, if I feel it, I know. So I touch. Well, you know, in schools, that one of our major teaching is feeling. We deal with feeling. Since the sight is not there, so that we talk about the sense of feeling, how to feel, because I'm good in feeling. So by the time I feel, I know. Maybe if I want to know the food I want to eat, sometimes I smell, the sense of smell, sometimes I also touch. If I want to know, maybe you serve me food very well, I'll first of all touch the fish, whether it's big or small, so I will know. So we deal with sense of touch. So the sense of touch helps us to know that this thing is beautiful. Though it was not that easy for me. If I say it's easy, according to Two-Face, say it's set up. It's not that easy for me since that 2002. Because there was a day I was thinking of committing suicide also. Because there was no food, nobody was at home, I was hungry. So I was just asking what life is all about. I just see it as stupid. So I decided, but something came to my mind that if I should kill myself, where would I go? So because I was born as a Christian, I said, no, I will go to hellfire. So that thing scared me that I don't want to go to hellfire. So that thing really is, I said, no, I don't need to die. That is positive, the power of positive. So I started reading books. At that time, I started reading books until I met a man that had no food, that man, Nick Fuji. When the people were telling me that the man has no leg and hand, but he was living, so I summoned courage. That if this man can succeed, me too, I can. So those are the things that prompt me to go to that school, that I should go and learn something. Since I don't have anything, I was empty. So I have to go and learn something. But today, I thank God that people come and invite me to go and make speech in their church. And God has been helping me. That's just, it's all about God. You know, I told you that I went to School of Blind. The way we read over there, we have what we call audio books. Somebody have to read on a tape. But now we have gotten beyond that level of reading tape. No more tape anymore. But in school, they thought that was on tape. But now, I do use Android phone. I'll tell my friend they should download this kind of book for me. So by the time they download, I'll tell them to do it as audio book, which is PD audio. So the thing will be audio, so I will just play it. The thing will read that book for me. Then I'll go and digest. Like this book, Robert Gray, 48 Law of Power. I think I've read so many books, yeah, that keeps me going. I've read 48th Law, I've read this book also, this Gifted Hand by Ben Carson. So many books. Those books really inspired me. Each time I'm done, I'll just pick up one book. I'll just tell them to download it. Maybe I want to refresh my memory. So I read, and it has been helping me. My case is, but I was their vice president at that time when it came to my set. When it came, but I met some seniors over there. You know, this thing of blindness, I would say that sometimes it affects them, it gives them what we call the tumor of the brain. They cannot really, some not only blindness we have there, some of them have hearing impairment also. It also affect their ears, affect their eyes also. So you see that their case is more complicated than my own. My own is only the sight. And some of them, they can't even eat eba themselves. Immediately they eat eba, it will affect their brain. They have to go and take paracetamol and before they can come to their real self. So we have different kind of cases over there, not only blindness, but other people, stroke blindness, deafness, and all that. According to my parents, because I was young that time, I was in GS3. What do I know? I was not exposed like this. Assuming I would have exposed like this, what I know today. No, I would have charged them to court. But because of my parents, I would say those kind of church, those people that go to church because they attend deeper life, and so they say that God is, everything is all about God, and we did not do anything to her. But today she's dead, so that's why I just, assuming she's alive, I would have charged her, but she's dead, and what do I do again? I need to move on with my life. I have to forgive the children so that I can move on. As I did not forgive them, I would not have gotten to this level. I would just be in one place. So one thing I learned in life is to forgive. No matter what person does to you, you need to just forgive. Like my case, I need to just forgive and forget and move on with my life. It has happened, it has happened. God knows best. I will not say that I didn't make money from it. For now, sometimes some people that see me, this man want to really help himself. This man is not a liability. He's doing something. So some of them can just tell me, okay, let us just support you. Have you paid your house rentage? And sometimes, but it's not that common. You take the grace of God. Maybe I went to somewhere, they now see what I'm teaching. Maybe I'm in the class teaching. They'll say, no, let's support this man. Some of them are trying as a good Nigerians, and I still need more. Because he's not up to, because someone cannot reach. I'm not yet married, so I'm not even thinking. I've not yet started thinking of that. Because the woman is going to eat. For now, I live alone. It's only me one, but I know one day I'll get to that point. Yesterday, I felt bad. I would have rebuked the girl, but I just overlooked her. I wanted to go and buy line, and I was asking the girl that I want to buy line. The girl was asking me that she's not going to, she said that she's not going to do it. I said, why? She said, because I'm a blind. I said, why? She said, because I cannot see that, I cannot capture. So I was showing my NIN, but I captured the ear now. This is me. Saying no, I cannot do it. So I felt bad. I see it as intimidation, but I did not, I said not intimidation, rejection self. So I just overlook at her, I just leave. And the area, I felt bad sometimes, but sometimes I need to encourage myself. Because sometimes, mostly all these girls say, by the time you approach most of them, they will accept it because of your money, but they are not ready. So that area, each time I think at my age, I'm not getting married, it worries me. So this year, November, I'll be completing 40. I need to hurry up now, because I was talking to my friend. I need to hurry up. There is no time again for me. Now that experience has not yet started feeling me, I need to hurry up. But the problem is that is the most, I don't think anything has bothered me more than that. Because each time I look at my younger one, they are all married. They have kids. Each time I look at their kid, it does not really speak well. I really ponder about it, but I still need to move on with my life, that one day I will just do something better. The right girl. Not that girls don't come, but I told you what they are coming for is I should just support them, or should just do one or two things. After then they will go. They don't come to stay. They don't want to bond. They don't want to. That's my area of challenge. It depends on the size of the bag. Like this one now, as you can see, is big. Because of the parents say that I want to use it for chopping. So I've been doing it over a week plus now. But because of on Sundays, I'll go to church some kind of time. I'll just leave it. I'm tired. It's not something you just focus on. You'll be doing it. If you should continue like that, you will break down. So by the time you are tired, but by the time I'm tired, I'll just leave it. I'll go and sleep. If I wake up again, I'll continue. So it depends on the bag. Like a bag, it can cost you 3 days. Maybe small bag, 3 days. Big bag, you're talking about 6 to a week. It depends on how fast are you. I make shoes, sandal, palm, and all that. The only thing is just that it's money. I would have done plenty and look for a shop where I can sell and train people also how they can do it also. I would like to receive my side back. Nothing I would have changed. Feel like I should be seen, because it's not that easy. It's not easy at all. Since I really need now, it's not the money itself. Somebody that will just give me a shop, just a shop, just rented a shop where I can sit down and do this thing and just. I think I needed a shop where I can make this thing, where I will go as my office, not using it as my office, just go there in the morning and do what I want to do. Evening time I close back to my home, since I can walk around by myself. So all those things require money also. You know, I see that everything is not money in life. I see that I should impart them. If I should impart them, the money will come. So that's why, and truly, since I have that kind of mentality that if I should collect money from them, I see some of their parents, they don't have money themselves, since it's government school. So I just go there and teach, and some of the teachers, like the principals, they will now support. Maybe by the time the ending of the term, they will just support that you have tried. Our students can weave this thing as craft. So that is everything is not money. That's what. So and I need to give life to those children. They need it. Only me one cannot learn, have the knowledge alone. So let me just give it out to them. Like me, I have to discover my purpose. Why God created me. So the purpose is to touch life, not only teaching. There are some people that will see me alone, they will be fired. If this man can be blind and he's doing this, he's earning, they are being fired and inspired through me, not only talking to them alone. They will just see me, wow. Sometimes if I'm outside here weaving, people will just be looking at me and say, God. They will just say, thank God, though, if this man can do this kind of thing. So I don't see that they have any excuse. It's all about they should go and discover their purpose and learn something. There are things to learn. Not only this bag I can do. Sometimes churches do call me to go and teach them how to make liquid soap, Dettol, air freshener. So I teach them too. I collected money. So not only one source of income I have, but that's why I said I needed the shop, as I said, so that I can display all those things. It's all about God. Me existing today, it's all about God, not me. Not me. All these things I'm doing, it's not about my power. It's all about God. My brothers, they are all gotten married, but my sisters. So before they will leave their own responsibility and sit to your own side, it was not that easy. Sometimes they will tell you, if you ask them, they will tell you, I don't have money. My pikin never pay school fees, all those kind of stuff. So me. But most of my friends, they try in their own little way. And me too, I need to try in my own little way. That's why I need to go and look for work, think, and so that I can have money on myself, because I will eat and other people will come, not only myself. My money is not only me one. I do spend, I need to give. Not that I'm blind, I will not give. There are some people, my connection is more better than them. So they will tell me, okay, I won't eat. I have to give them money. I need to say, okay, take. Out of my little, I still need to stretch out, to still give to people like that. So there are that in the society, people like that in the society. So you need to give. Like each time I happen to be in mostly the young youth, even in my school, I only tell them one thing. The power of positive thinking has a role to play in our life. We should be full of positive thinking. Our thoughts should be positive. Even when things are tough, we still need to have that mind of positive speaking. By doing that, you are influencing people positively in their life. That's what I do. Each time I see them like that, I do talk to them that you are important. you are important. We need to give them hope. Even when we know that there is no hope, we still need to tell them that there is hope. By the time you tell them those words, you see that they will stay up, they will change.
Wherever you are, whatever you do, iBrandTV got you covered with the latest news,
On iBrand News Now.
It's about making history.
top-notch news analysis,
knows how many of them that we have in governance,
and Cycle Breakfast Show,
Welcome to another interesting edition of iBrand Daybreak.
business trends,
Hello and welcome to Business 24.
entertainment gist,
Hello and welcome to the BTS.
sport review,
This is the arena.
fashion tips,
This is brands and fashion on iBrandTV.
and a lot more. Keep watching iBrandTV as we make your day worthwhile with quality TV broadcast. iBrandTV, business first.
Since December 2020, gangs of bandits seeking lucrative ransom has kidnapped a total of 769 students from boarding schools and other educational facilities across the northern Nigeria. List 5 separate incidents. The region has long been afflicted by violence fueled by over access to lands and resources, among other factors. Criminal gangs have taken advantage of lack of effective policing to launch attacks, pillaging villages, stealing cattle, and spreading fear. Hello and welcome to People's Voice. I'm your host, Kaliobi, and this week we'll be talking about the high rate of kidnapping in Nigeria and how we can treat this menace from the people's thoughts. So we'll be going on a break now, and when we come back, you'll get the conversation rolling. Welcome back. With me is a media personality, I would like to say, and a social media commentator, writer, a PR expert in person of Oluwamuyiwa Temilayo. Temi-Tayo. Yeah. So, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm fine.
Hope you're doing good. I can see you look good. So welcome to People's Voice.
Yeah.
So we have a whole lot to talk about today on the high rate of kidnapping in Nigeria. So hope you're ready.
Of course, it's a serious issue we have in the country presently, so we need to talk about it. extensively.
People need to hear what you have
Yes.
to say. Okay. So let's roll into the questions for today on today's topic. So, from your own view as a Nigerian without political afflictions, what do you think about the current situation of kidnapping in Nigeria?
You see, the current situation of kidnapping in Nigeria now is alarming, and you know, people don't feel safe again. In fact, coming from my house to the studio today, I had to be, you know, looking at my right and my left hand. In fact,
you're not crossing the road.
I'm even checking off because you don't know, anything can happen anytime. And you know, in Nigeria, there is no way we can separate politics from every situation we have in this country, because that's our major problem. Our government officials, they are not doing anything. And at the end of the day, everything still boils down on the citizens, because these people, they have stuff to protect themselves. In fact, you can see a senator walking around with 20 security officers, you know, protecting one life. Whereas we have many other Nigerians, you know, they can actually look after. Nigeria is no longer safe. And I feel everybody needs to rise up to this task. You own your security. Now, I own my security. The government is not doing anything. In fact, our security officials, they will be looking at you. A lot of situations, a lot of happenings. We just need to rise up to the task. Like the case of the girls, the student they kidnapped. Now, is this sane to be discussed? Now, okay, they took like 300 plus students in a school. And you know, you want to tell me that there's no security in that locality? Now, sometimes you look at the case of Nigeria, you think that are these things not stage managed? Because at the end of the day, it's looking like that. And a lot of people, they are yearning. And let me tell you something, in this country, it's the fear of the government officials that will kill them at the end of the day. Because these youth that you are not engaging, they will be the one to rise up against you at the end of the day.
I think that's what is happening at the moment, because the youth feels when they are not engaged in anything.
Yes, they are not engaged in anything.
Now they are. I feel that a lot of laws have been taken into their hands.
Yes, that's what will happen at the end of the day.
If someone would be kidnapped from a family and someone an insider is being given information to these kidnappers, that means it's within, like I want to go into a Yoruba word that say so you get, so what can we do? We all say is the government, but the question on our laps now is what can the youth do?
Now, if you find yourself in any situation, the first thing that should come to your mind is way forward. I'm so disappointed in this administration. They are not even thinking of straight the way forward, because at the end of the day, even the so-called way forward they are thinking about is not even right. Imagine what happened to Nigeria president about what is happening in the southeast now.
In the southeast, yes.
They went to go. The president of a nation is scratching people's memory of civil war.
Civil war, yeah.
And you expect Twitter not to take the post down. You know what that can lead to? Now, what I feel is a solution to our problem in this country now is that first solution, the youth that are engaging themselves in this violence, they should find a way to engage them. Nothing is working, my sister. At the end of the day, they will come out, they empower 20,000 youth, they did this, they did that. At the end of the day, we are not seeing anything. Now, let me give you one example. Something happened some times ago in Oshodi. One of my friends was walking by at that Bolade Oshodi, and they stole our phone. So, you know, immediately the guy started crying. At the end of the day, one guy saw her and said, "Babe, what's up? Why are you crying?" She said he stole her phone. And he said, "Where?" She said, "Here." And the guy just picked up his phone and called. "Hello?" They said, "You guys just snatched a phone here. Where are you?" So the guy told the girl, "Okay, don't worry. Let's go and get your phone." At the end of the day, look at that guy in that area. He is actually a stakeholder. And you know, a stakeholder that
can make
that the government can engage.
Yes.
Imagine they make that guy, let's say, okay, you are the head of local security in this area. Number one, the guy will know that if anything bad should happen in this place,
he's going to
they will hold him responsible.
Yes.
At the end of the day, we have money. And you see, money is a lot of people's problem. Circulation of income. And at the end of the day, that guy in that place, if the government can, you know, say, okay, oh, this is how much we are going to be giving you, you understand, to take charge of security in this area. There are many guys like that in different areas that the Nigerian government, the local government, the state government can engage and say, okay, people, they look at everybody now, Nigerian government now, they look at everybody as Agbero. And they don't know that those guys, they are actually the stakeholders that we have in this country. Now, the only time you feel you can engage youth in Nigeria is
when it comes to trouble.
Election violence.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you know why they are not even sensible enough. This youth that you are engaging into election violence, at the end of the day, the ammunitions you are sharing with them, they are keeping it.
Sure.
And at the end of the day, they will push us to one point, which I call point of no return. We have to face them, and we engage them with this ammunition. Most of our government officials today, they can't spend 1 week in their constituency without security.
Yes, sure.
How did we get to that? It's because they know what they've actually done.
They know the
issue I'm having with this country now is that they know the problem of this country, and they are not solving it. Why? That's the question we should ask ourselves. And anytime we have opportunity to ask these people, why are you not solving our problems? Now, we have a lot of unemployed graduates around there. Every month, and we think of survival.
And if we go back to the news, what trended last week was when they said that doing a second billing, that they're going to crash down the NYC.
That's right.
So, and you look at it, you say, okay, the poor ones are the ones that goes to the north where they get killed and blah, blah, and they get kidnapped. But what are you doing different? That's the question everybody's asking. If you're going to bring down this, you're going to ban this and ban that. But at the end of the day, this youth, they will go into the market. That's the employment market.
That's the issue. That's the issue now. You said you want to scrap NYSC. Now, I will say it. I'm a product of NYSC. Most of what I know today, most of people that I'm engaging with today in business, I got them through NYSC. So now you want to scrap NYSC. Is that the right policy we need to work on our issue of security, issue of insecurity?
Insecurity, yeah.
No, those are not the policy. Now, the right policies you should make is policy that we enhance local security. Because these people at the local level, they are the ones that will give intelligence to police, they will give intelligence to the army, they will give intelligence to all the security agencies, so that they will. You want to tell me that these people, they don't know where all those kidnappers are taken to enter this country? They know. But, you know, we're not engaging them.
Yeah, for sure.
All we see in this country is symposiums upon symposiums. At the end of the day, you will see no single youth to come and do presentation, to come and talk. Why? The major problem we're having in this country, they call us leaders of tomorrow. At the end of the day, they're not engaging us. Are they fooling us? Of course, in their mind, they think they're fooling us. Imagine the Minister of Information. He came out. He was saying Twitter is being biased, you know, by taking President's tweet down. Has it taken Nnamdi Kanu's tweets down? Imagine. You ask yourself, are these people thinking?
Thinking at all, yeah.
Do they even know how social media work? Now, comparing a president of a nation to someone that is just agitating. In fact, the agitation is all over. It's not all over the country. The agitation is just among the South Easterners. Now you are now saying you are saying the president's statement of scratching people's memory about civil war is not wrong. And Twitter has policies. Is it the first president that they will take down his tweet?
No,
Donald Trump is being banned from using Twitter. This Brazilian president too. So we should ask ourselves now. A communication theorist says the medium is as important as the message. So you know how many people that are thinking about civil war because of that particular statement.
Statement, yes.
So now our information minister comes out and says, comparing President Muhammadu Buhari with Nnamdi Kanu of just Southeast.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, as a citizen, what are the things that you want to see in Nigeria? How do you think people will further to feel safe?
I want to see a safe community. I want to see a community that, you know, you will walk, you'll be able to walk and you won't have cause to look back. I want to see an environment whereby you will do business, you won't be scared. A lot of youth today that are engaging themselves in farming, they cannot even go to the farm. A lot of them that are even doing strong head to do it, because I have friends that are into farming, a lot of them. You know, you will employ people that will work for you on the farm.
And do they still get paid?
You will employ people that will secure the farm.
For
because
sure.
of herdsmen, because of kidnappers. Now, as a situation, they said onions seller in Nigeria now, they are not taking onions to the east again because of the issue we're having there currently.
Yes.
What I want to see, I personally want to see, is a situation whereby you do your business safely, your social life safely. In fact, nothing is even safe in this country. Nothing is safe. Each time I leave my house, I will have to be praying that God, don't let violence strike where I'm going today, because anything can happen anytime. I want to see a society whereby people live freely, you know. We can worry about other things, not security, because it's when you have life, you have hope. And it's when you have life, they say we are the leader of tomorrow. It's when we have life that we attain that leadership position.
It's beautiful having you, and I've learned, and all the things you said really, it's making a whole lot of sense, and I'm sure it's making a whole lot of sense to you guys too. So we're going to go on a break, and when we come back, will you guys still here? We have so much to talk about on today's topic. Welcome back from that break. You're still on People's Voice, and Oluwamuyuwa is still here with us, and we're still on today's topic, insecurity in Nigeria and the high rate of kidnapping. So we're back to our questions. I hope you're ready for us. So, there are lots of information online, and you do a lot of work with the social media, as I introduced you before. And how do you think Nigerians can filter the information in order not to fall victims of fake news?
Now, it's very simple. A lot of people, they're just using social media. They don't actually know what's up. Now, for example, me now, it's not because I know, but because I want to sieve the information I'm consuming every day. In communication, there is something we call retentive attention.
Okay.
You know, what you give your attention to and you retain with you. Now, you know, a lot of people, they can't, if I open my Facebook now, if I see a news, I'll read it as a normal reading. I won't take it to heart. Now, in media industry, there are giants media. that we know that they have, you know, a very reliable source, we have to, you know, confirm from all these giant media. For example now, if I read something on Instablog Nigeria, and, you know, I'm not reading it from maybe Punch or Vanguard or The Nation, the high tendency that I won't believe that story is, let's say, 90%. Why? It's because, not that I don't believe in what Instablog Nigeria is saying, but I need to, you know, confirm too. And a lot of people, before you start raising alarm, before you start doing reposting of information, you have to confirm first. That's what we need to do. We don't just use social media for using sake. A lot of people today in Nigeria, they just want to go there and read. In fact, some videos that something that happened in the year they were even born.
They
understand?
bring it up
They'll pick it
upload
up. They
it.
start reposting it, you know, trying to, you know, engaging people. At the end of the day, you are instilling fear into people's mind. So we need to, you know, sieve the information we are getting from all these platforms, confirming them before we start reposting, before we start, you know, engaging people in knowing it.
Okay. As a civilian citizen, what can we do to be safe, to remain safe?
Now, as a civilian who does not have anything, no security officials, no SPU by your side, first thing, you need to be conscious of your environment. Second thing, know where you go to. Third thing, know people you are engaging. Because if you are conscious of your environment, you will know that somebody has been trailing you for a while.
Okay.
Now, you don't go to, now, nowhere is safe now. You don't go to anywhere and start, you know, disbursing information that is not necessary. You have to be conscious of your environment. Don't say things you are not supposed to say.
And you also have to be careful about how you
have
spend
to be
money
careful.
too, right?
Yes, you have to be careful because for now, maybe later, if we have a saner government that can actually work on our security, we can do anyhow. You know, that time we feel safe. But now that nowhere is safe, if a bike man is waiting for you every time at your bus stop just to carry you, you have to be conscious. Look for another bike. Because those people, those guys that are riding bikes now, they are intelligence. So a lot of people don't know. Ah, it's this man that carried me yesterday now. You climb again. Small time. The guy will start engaging you. And you too, that you're not conscious of yourself. You start diverging information.
Thinking he's a friend.
Yes. At the end of the day, you'll get kidnapped. You'll be blaming government. Government that does not even have anything to offer you. All we need to do is to be conscious of our environment, know where you go to, and know things you see. Don't just be blabbing.
I'm sure if we're going to be given a week on this, we'll not have enough. Yeah. So we're going on a break, and like we said, it is people's voice, and a whole lot of people need to bear their thoughts on today's topic. So let's go join them and hear what they got to say on the street.
For what I've observed so far from the news and the television, I think it's quite high. A lot of things are high these days. Kidnapping, terrorism, I mean, on the very high side. So, yeah, so that's what's happening.
Okay, I think it's on the high side because we listen to radio and watch TV every day, and this is on the high side, and it's really, really bad. And getting the news every day make people scared, and even you seeing it and getting the information that Nigeria is the second most difficult place to stay in, I mean, to live in all over the world. It's alarming. It's so bad.
You know, Nigeria has a way of just saying and not doing anything. So it's just a whole lot of media promises, but no results. So Nothing. I think I heard about the one, the killings happening in, is it Imo State recently? I mean, I've not heard any, news prior to that incident about any security agents or whatever, being put out there to ensure that people are safe. So I'm not seeing anything being done. So, and I don't think Nigeria government should, they don't seem to be reliable. Like I said, it's all.
Yeah, I can't say precisely they are doing it because we know how politics works and the promises they made, they're not fulfilling them. And if they've been working towards it, then we won't be at where we are right now. So I don't think they are really working towards that. So it's just left to us to protect ourselves.
They're not doing anything concerning that at all. I don't think so. They're not doing anything.
Very basic stuff that our mothers teach us when we were growing up. Just look out, just be observant, right? Look out for your environment. Any strange incidents, just try as much as possible to protect yourself. You don't have to look or try to snap pictures, when you know that something bad is happening. Just try to get out of trouble as much as you can.
I think we have a lot to do because as a person, we have individual, then family, then society, then environment, then we have states and country at large. So it starts from individual protection. So first of all, I'll say we should limit what we listen to, the bad infos we listen to on the radio and TV every time.
We all have to be careful and be vigilant. We know we are not perfect, but at least we all have to be careful in some way, in some aspect. So that's what I would say.
Before you go out, tell your friend, don't just talk about, I'm going out. Don't just say you are going out. Tell them where you are going to, to whom you are going to meet. So all those things will keep track of your journey. So you can be accountable to people just in case, in 2, 3, 4 hours or maybe in a day, they can't find you. People will be able to trace you. So all of those things are just very basic.
Welcome back from that break. You're still on People's Voice, and we're going to be giving a whole lot of plenty thanks to Mr. Oluwamuyiwa Temitayo Oyedele. yeah, that's a beautiful name. So if we have to break down to the meaning, it's a whole lot. Oluwamuyiwa, thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you for having me on the program.
And that's the end on People's Voice today. My name remains Kaliobi. Be good and take care.
Alternative proteins are plant-based and food technology alternatives to animal protein. They include food products made from plants, for example, grains, legumes and nuts, mushrooms, algae, insects, and even cultured meats, which are lab-grown meats. Alternative proteins generally have good nutritional profiles compared to meat and also promise significant advantages in helping to reduce pressure. Choose a skim or low-fat dairy to keep bones and teeth strong and to help prevent osteoporosis. Eggs are one of the least expensive forms of protein. The American Heart Association says normal healthy adults can safely enjoy an egg a day. Beans and legumes are a rich source of fiber and B vitamins. Just 1 cup of soy or almond milk can pack about 7 to 9 grams of protein. Mushrooms contain 0.8 gram of protein per cup. Green juice is a beverage produced from green vegetable juices. There is no formal recipe, but celery, kale, Swiss chard, spinach, wheatgrass, cucumber, parsley, and mint are frequent additions. Due to the bitterness of green juices, most recipes include modest amounts of fruit, which may or may not be green, to sweeten it and increase its overall palatability. For the skin, there is a popular belief that if you don't eat enough vegetables, sipping green juice is an easier way to get your daily dose of legumes. Green juice is commonly made with cruciferous vegetables and herbs which are high in vitamins A, B, C, E, and K, all of which are beneficial to the skin. The drink grows even better in taste with the addition of pineapple, apple, and lemon juice. Have you started juicing yet? You should absolutely give it a shot if you haven't already. It is a delicious and enjoyable way to get a lot of healthy nutrients into a liquid delight that will make you feel amazing. In recent years, juicing, which includes extracting the nutritional juices from fresh fruits and vegetables, has grown in popularity. Juicing isn't any more nutritious than eating entire fruits and vegetables. Juicing is the process of extracting juice from fresh fruits and vegetables. Most of the vitamins, minerals, and plant compounds like phytonutrients found in the fruits are found in the juice. Fiber can make you feel more satisfied. If you decide to try juicing, just create as much as you can consume at once. This is Tasty Time, and I am Michelle Abanom. Sharing meals is a vital bonding ritual, and it is also a great opportunity to meet new people. However, you could lose your chance to create a relationship with your date, your interviewer, your fiance's parents, or disgrace yourself at professional, social, and even family events if you lack fundamental table etiquette. Knowing the guidelines allow everyone relax and enjoy the dinner without feeling awkward or unsure of what to do. So what are dining etiquettes? Etiquettes refer to how you handle yourself in public. The norms of cautious behavior are also a part of etiquette. Dining etiquette includes table manners. Within 3 days of getting an invitation, please respond. Dress on the smart side of acceptable for the occasion. It shows respect for your host and fellow guests. Table etiquette is still required where there isn't a table available.
Wherever you are, whatever you do, iBrandTV got you covered with the latest news.
On iBrand News Now.
It's about making history.
Top-notch news analysis.
Who knows how many of them that we have in governance?
Insightful breakfast show.
Welcome to another interesting edition of iBrand Daybreak.
Business trends.
Hello and welcome to Business 24.
Entertainment gist.
Hello and welcome to the BTS.
Sport review.
This is the arena.
Fashion tips.
This is brands and fashion on iBrandTV.
And a lot more. Keep watching iBrandTV as we make your day worthwhile with quality TV broadcast. iBrandTV. Business first.
The rule of law is expected to be the guiding principle of governance, since it is the foundation of good governance. Now, the experience in Nigeria is to the contrary, as successive administrations in the country often violate the concept with carelessness and recklessness. It is most certain that unless the political leadership in the country see itself as a creation of the law and must thus be guided by the law, the rule of law would continue to suffer in their hands. Also, the judiciary must be accorded absolute autonomy from the other arms of the government. On today's edition of Legal Connect, to help us put this topic into context, we have right here in the studio a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, member, Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM, member, Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, CIMPM, member, Personnel Practitioners Consultative Association, PPCA, member, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, a respected television and radio personality. It's my pleasure to welcome to Legal Connect today, Mr. Jide Ologun. You're welcome, sir, to the show.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here too.
Welcome. Now, let's begin by finding out if good governance and the rule of law go pari passu. Must both of them coexist?
Great. Good governance itself has one of the key elements as the rule of law. And there are other aspects to good governance. But let's start from governance. When we talk about governance, we're talking about the engagement of resources. And we talk about the formulation and implementation of policies that takes into account the interest of the stakeholders. And of course, you must put your best into it. It has to be inclusive, it's consensus oriented, it has to embrace justice, equity, fairness, freedom, and protect the interests of the people. So when you have good governance, you have the fortunes of the people enhanced. And in the business environment, you make reference to it as corporate governance. That means you must protect and enhance the stakeholders' interests. Now, why is the rule of law important here?
Okay.
The rule of law simply means the rule of law. That means the law must rule. Everyone must be subject to the law. And the law must be fair. The implementation must be transparent. It must be universal. And it should not be used for arbitrary purposes. And when you position it in the context of democracy, it means that all the players should subscribe themselves to the prevalence of the laws of the land. Because when you begin to subdue the law, you are trying to create crisis. And let's bring that to the government system.
Okay.
It is the rule of law that has also helped us to put in place what we call separations of power.
All right.
Basically, in Nigeria, for example, we have three arms of government. We have the executive, we have the judiciary, we have the legislative arm that must correlate in a synergy, you know, as checks and balances and independent of one another. But you agree with me that some of the incidents we have had in Nigeria, you know, they painted a picture that an arm of the government may be more powerful than the other. And when that is allowed, we are not in any way nurturing our democracy. And of course, we can give some instances that we may amplify later. Recall in 2016, when the DSS invaded some of the judges in the country.
All right.
And of course, if you look at the constitutional role of the DSS is to maintain internal security in the country, not to be investigating corruption, because the allegation then was that a petition came to the NJC that some of the judges were corrupt. That was not the purview of the action was to be taken by DSS and the police, but I think the police didn't get actively involved. So when you look at cases like that, that is an abuse of the rule of law. I mean, for what purpose? And when they were trying to find out, they say order from above. Which above?
Yes.
That was desecration of separations of power. And we've had other instances, and of course, I don't want to quickly, you know, detach myself from the celebrated comments of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces when he was addressing the gathering of lawyers, NBA, that for the sake of national security, that the rule of law may be subdued. You know, I'm paraphrasing now. And the argument of some of us is that the rule of law itself is the foundation of justice and peace. And so where you have the rule of law subject to any other consideration, then you are trying to facilitate crisis. But then we have several instances where we've needed to question the operations and the engagement of the tools of governance by benchmarking it with respect for the rule of law. But where you have respect for the rule of law as one of the elements of good governance, you know, like I mentioned, because you have accountability and some of the elements, then you have the dividends manifesting. You see development in that society, you see unity, you see progress. and you see people enjoying the benefits of governance. And that takes us to the motto of Nigeria that needs the promotion of good governance and respect for the rule of law. It says unity and faith. So good governance is to promote unity amongst the people. Sure. The rule of law is also to promote the faith of the citizens in the project, Nigeria. And when you have that combined, you can have peace. And when you have peace, you can have progress. But it appears that when you talk about unity, can we claim to be a united nation right now? When you talk about faith, can you claim that the patriotism level of Nigeria is around 92% as we speak now? When you talk about peace, can you claim that we have peace in the land? When you talk about progress, I mean, I don't know how to position a nation that is reckoned to be the capital of poverty.
Okay, now you've already touched on this, but I want us to go back to it and probably have you, treat it in a more detailed form. And that's trying to find out, we now see how important the rule of law is, and then how it can always lead to good governance. How much of this exists in Nigeria today?
Basically, there's what we call returns on investment. So you benchmark promises with deliverables. So the expectations were high. Judging from what we have on ground, we have not paid deserved attention to the rule of law on several occasions. And of course, it will hinder the flow of good governance. And we have several instances that we can make reference to. For example, there is this perception, and in public relations, don't joke with perception, because it's your understanding and interpretation of the circumstances, and then that, okay, perhaps in the northern part of the country, some bandits are operating, and it's as if the government is not so keen on clamping down on them, except to the extent of issuing threats and giving directives that shoot AK-47 handlers at sight and things like that. To the extent that a non-state actor even went in to take photographs with them, paraded their weapons,
I saw it,
disclosed to the world that the government knows where they are, and was making case for them that they have been led into this lifestyle because of marginalization and different kinds of excuses. And yet, within the same framework of governance, you found a government that brought Nnamdi Kanu into the country somehow, that went invading Igboho's house. So in public relations, you don't strike a balance there, because the Chinese say you cannot carve a rotten wood. And when you talk about image in public relations, you talk about wish image, mirror image, real image. You even have confused image, if you allow me to say that.
Okay.
And the image is the picture you are trying to portray in the minds of the people. But you need to back that up with reputation. And the Chinese say you cannot carve a rotten wood. So it's about reputation. So when you claim to be this, can your actions support your claim? And that is where we are now. And that is why the world is interested in what is going on in Nigeria in terms of human rights abuses. You can see the response of the reaction of the government to people even protesting. You see, these are globally established fundamental human rights. So we have a lot to do as a nation to reflect the fact that we are conscious of the need and we are promoting good governance, and of course we give the rule of law the space it deserves. And permit me to also make a comparison. Recently in the United States of America, there was an election and the incumbent president did not win at the polls, but he did everything within his influence to remain in the White House. But the system, with full respect for the rule of law, resisted him, whether from the executive, from the judiciary, from the legislative arms, to say, no, we have a system, no one is above the law. The interest of the people must prevail. And my big question now is that imagine that that happened in an African country. You are likely to have the MDAs, the ministry departments and agencies going behind the powerful president to say, okay, if this is what our president wants, let's follow him. And that is gross abuse of the rule of law. So if you find yourself in a society that has respect for the rule of law and promotes the tenets of good governance, you have a sense of belonging, you are patriotic in such an environment, and of course it helps to grow the democracy we claim to be practicing. But if the reverse is the case, you may not escape the kind of crisis that we have in the country, you know, gross insecurity. And when people begin to realize that you can really confront the laws of the land, that is when you begin to move towards anarchy, because it does not matter how highly placed you are or how lowly placed. The moment the laws can be subdued, then you can not claim that you are free from avoidable crisis.
Okay, now, and you wouldn't liken what happened in Nigeria in 2015 when that's the ex-president, President of Jonathan, handed over power to the incumbent president, Harry. To what happened in the US when the incumbent president
Donald Trump.
Yes, Donald Trump lost.
Yeah, I mean, but for Jonathan, he surrendered early enough. In fact, I was monitoring that election. I think he even congratulated his opponent before they finished counting the vote.
Yes.
But don't also forget, though this is deep, that we had a peace committee that was, you know, around Jonathan then, because we were more interested in peace. And some of us have argued that justice is the conveyor belt of peace. And that is why today can we claim to have that peace. But like the former president said, that his ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. But then for Donald Trump, he fought frantically. So former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan did not stress the system, but Donald Trump stressed the American system. You know, he jumped everywhere to find a way out. And like the question I want to ask again is that imagine that was an African country. The military, the police, everybody could have queued behind the president that, oh, if this is what the president wants to continue in office, why not? But over there, they will let you know that no,
the rule of law.
We have the rule of law. The law must prevail, and this is what the law says, and you must respect it. So.
All right. Thank you very much. We're coming back to you. But for now, you're just joining us. This is Legal Connect on iBrandTV Lagos, and we are discussing good governance and the rule of law. I have with me here a very, very able hand handling the topic, the person of Jide Lowe. Back to you, sir. Now, why are calls for constitution review so loud these days?
Because if you look at Section 17 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, it says that the platform for social coexistence will be based on justice, fairness, equity, and freedom.
Okay.
And can we claim to have that in the land? The Constitution is a document that sets up the principles by which you have agreed to correlate as a people. And now, let me go to specifics.
Okay.
If you look at Section 14, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, it says that the security and the welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. And today, can we claim to have that security? So talking about welfare of the people, in a situation where we have the food inflation that is above 22%, in a situation where we have remarkable unemployment rate in the country, in a situation where the insecurity is so alarming, in a situation where the exchange rate of naira to a dollar is about 490 naira, in a situation where the nation is owing about 33.11 trillion naira, in a situation where the National Assembly, particularly through the President of the Senate, is telling us we have no option than to go borrowing. You must really be worried. And if you read from section 15 to section 16 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, it stipulates how the economy should be managed to have a self-sustaining economy and have sustainable economic development, national development. Can we claim to have that? There's even provision for your maximum happiness in the Constitution. And I don't know how many Nigerians are maximally happy. There's provision for care of the old, the disabled, reasonable living minimum wage, and other provisions that are fantastic. Let's take that aside on the issue of welfare. Let's come back to security. As we know, the security is on the exclusive legislative list, and that tells us that the federal government is in charge of security apparatus, basically, and the governors are helpless in their states, and the people are exposed, vulnerable to attacks, kidnapping, raping, killings. And don't also forget that to make it worse, there is even a move to prohibit payment of ransom to rescue victims of kidnapping. So, and people are saying, let us amend this constitution. Let's grant the states power to handle security. Let's devolve power to this. Let's have state police. Right now, even when you have commissioners of police in states, they are not answerable to the governor of the state. They take instruction from the Inspector General of Police, who is domiciled in Abuja, and the Inspector General of Police is answerable to the president. And so the extent of performance will be based on the instruction and the vision of the president. And the kind of insecurity we have today has left the macro level to the micro level. So you see people in the hinterland being attacked. Now, some will argue that we have the Amotekun, the ESN, and the Hizbah and all, but are they empowered by law to carry ammunition? And you know the kind of sophisticated weapons that these bandits have. The big question now is that there is also an instruction from the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces that you can shoot anyone that is carrying AK-47. So right now, we have like pseudo security apparatus at the state level that are not equipped to confront the heavily equipped criminals that are intimidating the land. So when you look at all this, when you look at the fact also that the NNPC that handles the oil and gas resources of the country and responsible for over 80% of our revenue has given a caveat that we may be drifting towards zero remittance to the Federation account, then the states must also begin to wake up. And in the economic side of it, the mineral resources in the country are also under the exclusive legislative list. That means my state, Ondo State, that has the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world, cannot exploit that wealth.
Okay, now, talking about the Constitution review, so much has been said about it, that one begins to feel like once the Constitution is reviewed, everything will be okay in Nigeria. And I want you to bear in mind that the fact that the Constitution, it is not all things stipulated in the Constitution that are being upheld today. So the review of the Constitution, is that the answer to this question?
Not at all. You may review the Constitution 75 times in a week. If you don't implement the spirit of the Constitution, on the platform of justice, equity, fairness, and you are going nowhere. And I have my argument. Though there are areas we need to amend, but the Constitution as it is enough a strong document for Nigeria to become the third wealthiest country in the world. And I am challenging our wonderful audience now. Please give me some of your data. Go and study. No, study is it's like go and read for the pleasure of it and for the instruction of it. Read section 14 to section 17 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. And I, Olajide Agbola Ologun, hereby declare unrepentantly that if the provisions of these sections have been implemented up to 65%, Nigeria should be the third richest country in the world. So it's not about the document. It's about what you do with the document.
Yes, the implementation.
Exactly. In the USA, a president came and told the people that, hey guys, we have too many laws. We are going to reduce these laws, and what we have left, we will implement. We have overflowing laws in Nigeria against kidnapping, against banditry, against different forms of crime. But are we implementing the laws? These are the questions. Are we allowing equity, justice in the engagement of the resources of this country? Why should a region that gives us the oil and gas resources be poor? Why should Nigeria be the capital of poverty? Why should we be talking about subsidy, talking about moribund refineries? I mean, this should be off our radar.
Thank you very much. We have a powerful constitution, but are the dictates or the contents of this constitution being implemented? That is a question for you and I to answer. Thank you very much, Jide Ologun, for your thoughts, for your time. I learned so much from this, and there's no doubt about it that if you are out there also did the same. We hope you'll be back again to give us more, enlighten us more on the rule of law and good governance, which Nigeria is in their need of. Thank you very much for being part of the show.
Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Amen. What else would I say? And for you out there, we thank you for being part of the show. Thank you very much. And look out for another interesting edition of this program here on iBrandTV. Until then, this is Michael Nath.
Hello and welcome to SME Hub. Today on the show, we'll be discussing...
My name is Faith Aino, the CEO of F8 Signature.
This is what I've been doing since over 15 to 20 years now.
Today on SME Hub, we will be focusing our lens on fashion influencing. Looks like I'm picking a trick or two here at Stella's Beauty Salon.
After I saved a lot of money, I got myself the space.
The cosmetics and personal care industry globally generates an estimated annual turnover of around $400 billion over the last 20 years. In Nigeria, the beauty and personal care market could reach 3.2 billion euros by 2021, making Nigeria the rising star in sub-Saharan Africa. Products for hair and body care are predominant on the beauty market in sub-Saharan Africa, where face products and makeup remain marginal but have strong potential. Africa's largest economy clearly has a lot to offer. The Nigerian beauty and personal care market is currently worth more than $1.25 billion at retail and is forecast to reach more than $1.31 billion next year, according to Euromonitor International. Tix includes a wide range of products from skincare items to makeup and beauty items. These are items that predominantly appeal to women and men alike to purchase beauty products, even though men are interested in cosmetics. Nigeria has emerged as the investment destinations of choice to international firms aiming to capture the beauty and personal care market in the continent. The photography business is a very competitive industry. Every year, thousands of talented photo lovers consider turning their passion into a money-making business venture. Especially in a fiercely competitive marketplace like Nigeria, in which it is very easy for anyone to buy a digital camera and call themselves a professional photographer. According to some practitioners, a new photographer who wants a standard studio can start with a budget of 3.5 million naira. However, one can start with a lower budget of about 500,000 to 1 million naira depending on the tools and cost of rent. On the average, the cost of photography equipment is around 294,790 naira. However, the price ranges from around 41,000 naira to as high as 2.46 million naira. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people with a vibrant movie industry that produces 50 movies per week, generating annual revenue of approximately $590 million from between 2016 and 2021, helping the photography industry as a whole, according to a recent research by the UN.
iBrandTV, business first.
My name is Fifi Safia Usman. I'm from Oron, Ewang to be precise. My mom was from Delta, Ebuzo. I did a bit of criminology. I also did creative arts, major theater arts in UNILAG. I did a cosmetic course in the Philippines. I did another course with Hydraco, mostly dermatological courses. Yeah, that's basically it. For me, skincare has been a passion, like from when I was really young. When I go to the supermarket or any cosmetic store where they sell stuff, so I keep buying everything. I'll tell my mom to use this, use that, this would work. My mom will look at me and laugh, but hey, most of those things work. And even when I was in UNILAG, like I had most of my classmates then, because some of them were actually, they had already started acting because of the theater art, whatever. So most of them would have rashes and all these things. I'll tell them, okay, go and buy Toto soap and use. They'll be like, you don't know this one before. I'll say, buy it, it will work for you. I'll buy it and give it to them. You understand? So I've always known right from time that that is my calling. You get? I always tell people that don't do what other people are doing because you feel like it's money business. Yes, people do business to make money, but everyone has their unique gift from God. He's not going to come down from heaven and talk to nobody. Nobody has God's phone number, but he listens, he hears, he knows. He has given everybody their unique talent. A carpenter has his talent. You know, the other day I was telling the lady, I said to her that you know, God is really faithful, because she was talking about like fertility stuff, that is a sin to do IVF or any of those things. I'm like, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Do you know how many women have suffered that their husband even married another wife because they couldn't bear a child? Do you know how many women have cried to God and asked that he answers their prayer? Mostly, sometimes it's the men that has the problem, but in Africa they focus on women. You never born, you're married, what's happening, where's the baby, you're fat, you are slim. You cannot satisfy anybody in Africa. I said to her, I said, let me tell you something. Do you know how many people that IVF has helped? And God even did not stop at that, because with IVF, sometimes it fails, and then the woman, she feels really, really bad. God even blessed the doctors to now know about ICSI, where they take the sperm from the man and the whatever from the woman, put it together for some days, it stays alive, and then they put it back into the woman. So it gives like at least 90% chances of having babies. So everybody has your talents, you know. You just have to find out what you like, what you love to do. If you like to make hair, if you like to sew clothes, to make clothes and everything, if that's your passion, do it. Pray, bless. Yes, it's good to, you know, go to school, have an education, whatever. But the truth is, even if you do not go to school, even if you don't go to university, it doesn't mean that life stops for you. As far as you can read and you can write and you have your unique talent, all you need to do is to focus on your talent and pray to God, and he would do the rest. I'm saying this because I studied criminology. Yes, I might be a criminal, right? Good. I studied theater arts. Then Helen Paul, some other people, Uche Wuji, they were all my classmates, you know. But I said to myself that this is not what I wanted to do. So after school, even while we were in school, then I started doing my research. I traveled, came back, and started doing my skincare thing even after school, because I knew that basically, like I said, I'm more straightforward, and a lot of people do not like that, especially in Africa. They like to be told what they want to hear. What they want to hear makes them happy more than the truth itself. So, as far as I am concerned, you can be the best in whatever you do, as far as it's your calling, and you call the Lord Almighty to bless it. You'll find ways to help whoever and whatever it is, you know. And I said to someone that maybe one day I'll buy a lot of Bible and dictionary and share to a lot of people to actually read the Bible. But like I said, they always like to hear what they want to hear. You know, the Bible says where 2 or 3 are gathered, I'm there. So imagine a combination of different crowds gathered together, crying and begging God. Do you know how many miracles will happen? Well, like I said, it was rough, right, at the beginning. But, because I remember when I first got my shop in Uniru, my first shop, I paid for on the right side. There was a friend of mine that came. She was like, funny enough, I even tinted the glass of the place. It was a small shop. My friend, she came and said, oh, God forbid though, she cannot open a shop in this type of place. That is lucky phase one, that she will open her shop. I said, no problem now, that I will start from here. You understand? From there, I sold a lot of things. I was doing a lot of things for women and making them realize so much. And then, of course, you make mistakes now. You understand, which will be corrected, because I've been doing this for like 18 years straight, right? From that small shop, I bought the front, another shop right in front of the Oniru place, and that's how I started. Then I opened another branch in San Sifafua. And then, like you said, the spa, a lot of people know about spa, but then there's a dirty thing that comes with the spa thingy, because some people feel like, I mean, they're like sick men. Now what they go to the spa for is what did they call this thing now? Oh, how can I forget the name of this thing? Happy ending. They call it happy ending. That's what they go to the spa for. But if you're in skincare, the spa is very important. Ask me why. Good. You need to open your pores, meaning you need to be in a good steaming room for your pores to be opened, so that whatever you use would work on your skin, right? So, like I said, then I was having a lot of issues because I was sending people to different spa, go to this spa, go to this spa, and do even 4 points. Then I was also always going to 4 points, but I wasn't satisfied, right? Like I said, because all skins are different. Combination, dry, oily, acne prone skin, varicose vein prone skin, rosacea, and all of that. So you cannot use something, a scrub, on someone's face. Probably someone that is acne prone. There's a particular scrub you can't use on the person's face, and then the person will start to break out. Seriously. You understand what I'm saying? So I spent a lot of money in doing my spa, not because of the dirty things the other spas do, or for the fact that it brings money, but to stand out and make sure that my clients get the best results, because it all comes in a combo, right? And then even for the women, we do what we do the steaming of the vagina. Okay, now you know when a woman has a child, back in the days it used to be you must push. That makes you a virtuous woman. A lot of people pushed and died from there, right? And then people started reading, doctors, they started doing research, and they now found that there's another way to actually bring out the baby from the womb without the woman pushing. So they just give you epidural at the back and then bring out your baby. Now, most women that push from the vaginal wall, once it opens, it's very difficult to close back. And you see a lot of people doing like, oh, they're using something inside to make the thing tight or what have you. But the truth is, once that wall has opened, it can never come back. That's why you see some men, even after they get married, they'll still go outside and look for the ones that's not giving birth, right? So we do women personal issues. We help them to steam the place, to keep it warm, you know, and advise them, because there's so many things a woman cannot use. I know then there used to be something called Lactacid, Femme Fresh, and all of this. They used to wash the VJ. Ordinarily, they're not meant to use anything that is soap inclined in the vagina. It has to be soap free.
Blamivib, we under-promise but over-deliver. We keep you ahead of the class, we make your presence perfect, and we take it to the limit. Skincare so full of equity. Blamivib is a damn asset. Now me talk. Oh yeah, now.
Blamivib Skincare! Woo!
A lot of people do not know this. They spend a lot of money, they do a lot of things and don't get what they deserve at the end of the day, which is that at least 80% assurance of giving them the best, especially in skincare. Now a lot of people also, they're into skincare. You see them writing organic skincare, this and that, and then someone will come. Like, I was naturally born dark. I liked it myself, right? And I've been doing this for years and I'm still like this. I'm married, I have 3 kids, and I remember when I had my twins, I didn't use anything on my skin. I went dark. So Ladumoko carried my matter for her page. That's maybe when they see me, they don't recognize me because I've gone to my natural state. Okay, however, you know, skin lightening, skincare, I mean, it's for everybody, really. Though it's just finding a place that gives you the best and the very best that you have been tried. We have tried, we have failed. We've lost a lot of clients along the way, you understand? The more, they say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? So with more years of a lot of experience, you become a guru, right? But for me, I do not teach. A lot of people come to me to teach them. I can't teach. The reason why I cannot teach is because there's so many things involved. There's so many things involved. For me, it's like a pastor. I'm like a skincare pastor. That's how I put it. You understand? But like I said, people in Africa, they like to hear what they want to hear. You know? And then for some people, they get scared. Maybe when they look at me, they see my picture, they get scared of me and think that, oh, this one should just be a bully. And most of them come with their already prepared mindset of what they feel that you are. But you know, I have a lot of elder clients that have been my clients for years, and whatever they tell me and whatever they say stays here. I want to believe that I am doing what God called me to do. You understand? And trust me, I love what I do. It's a passion. It makes me happy. And when I say happy, it makes me happy to discover and to create, and also to be a blessing to other people, to make them happy, especially women that have lost their what's it called? They've lost their self-esteem, you know, because of men, the way they talk, childbirth, you know, all of that. And they actually do need someone to tell them the truth about both the spiritual and the physical, to understand better that they can actually be a guru in whatever they have, if they, you know, believe in whatever it is they believe in and do the rest. I've seen people that did not go to school, that they do tailoring business, they've bought houses, they've expanded. I've seen carpenters, I'm not even joking, that have bought houses from making furniture here in Nigeria. You understand? But you know, most time you don't get that opportunity to meet those that will help you, or those that will see your talent, you know, and bless you. And then other people come, because if you lose one client, you've lost 1,000 clients. If you gain one client, you've gained 2,000 clients. Okay, that's the way it works. You get. Some people will say, no, Beg, I don't want bleaching cream, but I want to be light. You don't want bleaching cream and you want to be like, how? You want organic. How? I need to understand. You want organic. I'm not going to write organic on the product for you, because even if at the end of the day you tell them the price of what they are supposed to pay to get what they want, no. Oh, no. Please. I want organic. Oh, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. But basically, like I said very soon, I'm going to buy a Bible, plenty Bible with dictionary to give to a lot of people for them to read that Bible. And I thank God for internet, YouTube, and all of that, you know. Also thank God for Instagram. Instagram has done a lot of things for Nigerian women, you know. I want to say maybe Buhari's time has been the worst time ever. But guess what? It has made a lot of people wake up from their sleep. Because everybody is determined to do something, you know. Even food business, so small shops, everything they do is not about, you know, how it used to be before, that you'd have to go and meet a man to give you money and whatever. Yes, you can get someone to give you the money to put inside the business that you love to do, and then it blossoms from there. You understand what I mean? You get. So times now hard, but some people are still balling. You get. But at the end of the day, it is what it is.
On today's episode, Every Woman Meets Stephanie Travis, 26-year-old Zimbabwean-born chemical engineer and trackside fluid engineer in Formula One, supporting the Mercedes team. She made headlines in March 2019 when she was selected from 7,000 entrants globally to be the Petronas trackside fluid engineer in the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 team for the 2019 season and onwards. In 2020, she made history by becoming the first black woman to stand on a Formula One podium. She holds a BEng in chemical engineering from the University of Bradford, UK, MSc in advanced chemical engineering from Imperial College, UK, and an MBA Essential Certificate from London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE. F1 motorsport is well known to be dominated by men. The success of Stephanie Travis will definitely inspire young African girls and women to pursue their dreams.
Then, when I started, there were some lightning things I was selling, and then it was giving some women stretch marks, right? So I had to do another research again, because I lost those clients, but they came back. Why? Because the body has friction areas. The here, your thighs, your breast area has friction and is prone to stretch marks. So there's some parts of the body that you cannot actually use some kind of lightening creams on those parts, okay? And then we didn't really have like face creams. It was mostly body creams, and then clients were using the body creams on their faces. For some of them it was beautiful, but for some of them, wahala. They will get burnt, sunburn, because someone will go and buy sunscreen that is 90% and say that, okay, because of that you rub bleaching cream and stand under the sun, or you rub relaxing cream and stand under the sun with 90% sunscreen. I don't understand. Is the sunscreen supposed to be a mopo or a guard? I don't get it. I also realized that with the sunscreen, it actually darkens, but with reviews, researches, and all of that, we found sunscreens that would actually not darken that client. You understand? Not give the sunburn which they give. You understand? So it's just so much. It's so much. But at the end of the day, you have to love what you're doing. and you have to put in your whole heart into it to get to that level. They should find out what makes them tick. Like my kids don't sleep in my room. They sleep in their own room. 7 o'clock, 7:30, my children are in bed. I don't want any child crawling up on my body and holding me like, how everybody. My daughter, she's gonna be 5 in December. She tells me, Mommy, I want makeup. I give her makeup. She paint her face like a masquerade. I said, okay, maybe that's her calling. You understand? Back in the days, we didn't have those opportunity to talk to our mom or talk to our father and tell them, oh, Dad, this is how I feel. Take the video, for instance. His father actually disowned him because of music. He didn't care. He continued. And he became a superstar, right? This is 100% true. And his daddy is really rich. You understand? But he had his goal, he has his unique voice. That is his blessing. I feel like I don't know really, but I want to believe that this generation is 5D, because the children that they have now, they are too smart. Let them tell you what they want to do. Pray for them, give them their blessings. Let them do that. You understand? And the ones that don't want to hear, carry your bag and go now. And go and find your own destiny, because they are not going to go bury anybody with anybody. Nobody knows when anybody is going. You understand? Nobody has the phone number of God. Have you seen the phone number of God before? I beg you, make a caller so that I can ask him some questions, right? You understand? I feel it's all determination. Focus on what makes you thick. Anyhow, you will break even. You might suffer, yes. God said that man will till the ground before he gets something to eat, Abi? Yes. A bus conductor can become a governor tomorrow. I hope you know that. The problem that most Nigerian people have is greed, right? Selfishness, right? Trying all possible best to bring down their fellow human beings, say very negative things about people just to make themselves happy. So whether you like it or not, that is what it is. You have to humble yourself for the Almighty to exalt you. So you start from the very scratch to get to where you want to get to. And I believe that, for every African woman, there's something they could do to make it. They just need to be told and to be directed on the right path. They need someone to tell them the truth in their ears and make them understand that truth. Because sometimes what you get to hear in terms of advice is negativity. Why? Because someone do not want another African woman to grow. They will tell you what they want to tell you for you to hear what you want to hear. But the truth is that for me, I believe that everybody has their unique talent. They can make it, They just have to find out what makes them thick and what they love doing and leave the rest to God. He will perfect it and it will make money. Okay? Thank you very much.